me. Fantastic. I can't envision things in my mind. When I'm imagining stuff, I don't see like a visual
Better stay
image.
under that rock.
And there's a whole spectrum between pure blackness all the way to completely vivid, realistic imagery that people are capable of envisioning in their mind's eye. And we've talked about that I'm basically just, when I close my eyes to imagine stuff, it's like pitch black. I got nothing except maybe a little, like, quickly, it's basically nothing. But a thing that is becoming more widely researched and rather tightly associated with aphantasia is a condition, I guess, or I don't know, a state of being called severely deficient autobiographical memory, or SDAM. And this is basically because the theory is, one of the working theories is, people who have aphantasia, because I don't have a very visual memory, it affects my autobiographical memory in a way where I struggle to recall my own life events in particular detail. I've been getting, honestly, I've been going on Reddit and websites and places that talk about aphantasia.
Can we go downstairs?
Who have it and people who are researching and stuff. And it's like a growing topic. And this is something that I think is interesting. When you guys imagine your own lives, your autobiographical memory, do you feel like you're time traveling back? Are you watching a video? Are you reliving it from the first person perspective? Because I'll say when I imagine my own life, it's almost 100% emotional. The things that I do remember very vividly, like I would say I remember James is being born. I remember the like 48 hours around that. I remember my wedding day and the stuff around that pretty vividly. The memories that I have are almost completely emotional. I don't see a thing. I don't imagine visual things, but I don't see visual memories either. So it's like I remember how the hospital smelled. I remember what we ate. Mark, you were at my wedding party before the wedding, and we were like putting our tuxes on and that sort of stuff. Like, I remember what happened, but it's emotional. It's how I felt, how something smelled, how whatever, like that sort of thing. How are your personal memories? I'm just super curious.
Well, here's an example of it, because I was just trying to think about it. As soon as you said I was in your wedding party, I suddenly got like boom, like a flash of the church or not the church, the schoolhouse, old schoolhouse, converted schoolhouse where the reception was.
Oh yeah. It's like a one-room schoolhouse.
Yeah, and I think I remember the church. Yeah, I think that was...
It's a pretty distinct church as well. It's like very...
Yeah, because it had like the triangular alcove and double level above it, and then for some reason, though, I think my memory works in terms of like, I'll get a flash of some image from there, and then my brain starts to fill in details, because now I'm imagining, for some reason, I think there were candles the size of like marble pillars, like on the sides, and I'm like, I don't think there were candles that big.
That's not that far off.
There might have been large candles there, but that's where
there were large candles.
Yeah, my imagination fills it in and exaggerates it. So it's like I will grab onto certain identifying details, and then my imagination like scales something up when there was an inconsistent. Like if I never paid attention to something in my memory, then my imagination is like, I know it qualifies it with certain like details. Like it was big and a candle, therefore it's like suddenly it could be pillar sized. So it's there's some exaggerated inaccuracies to my recollection.
Do you feel like you're watching that as like a camera on the wall? Do you feel like you're seeing through your eyes? How does it feel in terms of experiencing it?
It's kind of that thing where it's like when you said I was in your wedding party, it went that first person, like I remember seeing that, and then it kind of floats around it as I analyze certain things and try to recall certain details, because I don't have perfect photographic memory. I can't replay the video where it was, but I do get grabs and instances of imagery that I remember, and then I'll start to float around the space as I try to recall what was there, and I'll try to build the dimensions of the space that I was in and try to recall that. And then that's where things get really loose, because I don't have any concrete definitions of the room, so that's where things scaling-wise can get kind of freaky.
It's like, for me, like a clips highlight video combo. It's like I'll have, like, if I think to my wedding day, I can hear, see, smell, like visualize, see the sky. I have like a clip, like watching a clip of a moment. Like whenever I first saw Molly in her dress and we were getting photos, I remember turning around, seeing her, the emotion, like everything else. Turning around. Like, yeah, I turned around. There she was. But like I can play that clip. But then like the video ends and it jumps to a different moment, and then like that little clip ends and it jumps to a different moment, and then like Mark said afterward, it's like I kind of start piecing together the whole venue by taking like a whole bunch of like those, I don't want to say taking those clips, but like after I relive some of them, it's like, oh yeah, okay, now I can picture the lodge we got married at, I can see different things, I can whatever. The one thing that's weird to me though is there's one moment from our wedding that's not like that significant. We were leaving. It was after everything was over with. We were like packing up some of the stuff we had and leaving because we had to be out of there by a certain time. And I remember like grabbing, I think it was the wagon that our flower girl was in. But I don't see that from my first person perspective. I see it from a third person perspective where I see like my silhouette grabbing the wagon and like the people around me in that moment, which is weird, but that's how my brain puts that back in my head. Is like, oh, there's a zoomed out, like I'm on the second story of this building looking down at Wade picking up a wagon. Why is that how I see that? I don't know. But there's always these little snippets of video with sound and smell and everything else attributed to them where I can relive it to some extent. Interesting. But there's still mostly emotional moments with some exceptions. I mean, that wasn't that long ago, but if I go back 15 years, it's the emotional moments that I have those memories of that are vivid.
I wouldn't say, I say like there's a separate category for the emotional stuff, but really it's not terribly emphasized in the memories that I have. Like, I remember being very moved by both of your weddings, but if I recall them, I don't really recall the emotions of the moment. I recall like the physical characteristics of it and like in kind of slideshow snapshot of different key moments. And then I would have to, again, fill in the details. So, like I said, I'm bawling. I'm just like 2 garden hoses of tears just out of my eyes. But the feeling of it isn't really there.
I would say to anyone out there who finds any of this at all interesting, or if you think you might have aphantasia or whatever, it's a fascinating thing. Even if you have a perfectly vivid memory, I think it's a fascinating thing to hear about how different people perceive the world and experience stuff. And I was not clear up front. I sort of implied that I have Astam, and I don't think I do. I just, the way that my mind works, I think I have a reasonably good at autobiographical memory, but I do think I lose things because I don't have as much detail in my imagination. But like, people who have severely deficient autobiographical memory say that it feels almost like they're telling stories about other people when they tell the stories of their own past. That they're fully aware that these things happen, but they have no memory or like perception of themselves as even being part of it. And so it's like I'm not saying at all that I fall into that category.
I was gonna say, with the way that you described like the bathhouse stories, some of the other stories you've told, like you're the best storyteller I know. I think it would be mind-boggling if you didn't remember them and you told it like that.
I think my lack of visual memory allows me a lot of creative liberty in telling those sorts of stories. I think part of the reason my personal stories are so outlandish is because that's probably not 100% accurate. it's 100% possible to be out in the middle
You
of
bought
nowhere
also,
with
huh?
that skill. My life has not put me in that situation. And there are a lot of people like me where like, I'm not like a city person. It's not like I live in downtown New York or something. There just is more civilization in more places, and I have a cell phone. If I did out somewhere where I could immediately find help if I needed it, I could call someone. Like, no question. I could charge my phone on my car battery. I could call, I could borrow my opinion. So, like, there's just so many resources. And I feel like that's where we are with the next generation. Gen Z and Gen Alpha and all the kids who are coming after our millennial generation are going to live in a world where we're like, you know, they don't even know how social media works. Like, 10 years. But, like, the world that we grew up in is not the world they're growing up in, and I'm curious what that difference is. What are those skills in the new world where, you know, a Gen Alpha kid might not be able to, like, pay their own bills, except, you know, if it's on their phone or whatever. You know, I know everybody check and mail it, I did that. But they're not, they're going to be able to do shit I can't even imagine, probably.
Fuck yeah!
What that is.
I wonder about how, like, starting off with a lot of kids do have access, like, their parents' phones. Like, almost every kid I see at some point has their parents' phone that they're watching a video or like a 5 years old navigate, like, their favorite, like, game they love and stuff like that. I wonder if they're seeing and consuming content that way. Like, remember when we were growing up, we didn't have access to that kind of segments and stuff like that, but like there wasn't a YouTube comment section, there wasn't Twitter, there wasn't all this stuff. I wonder if a lot of their early social interaction is through online memes and seeing like the way people talk online or like the shorthand typing of words, like how you think this gonna go, and they see stuff like that versus going outside and, you know, playing with people out there, and like that being mainly their only source of social interaction with the people their age. I wonder how that impacts things. Maybe it does at all, maybe it doesn't, but in our brains, I think it does, right? We think you're living on comment sections, the way people treat each other online when they have that social anonymity versus like... I think
stuff like that, and work actively. I think the difference is it's harder to ignore. Therefore, a smaller percentage will be more, you could call it chronically online. That's the only term that comes up. Because online is the only way of life, and when you grow up with that, it does become the only option because you haven't seen any other potential. So the lack of exposure to the potential for alternatives is what creates kind of more like-minded thinking. Not that it's entirely there. And I think what's generally going to happen is there's going to be this trend, especially with the way that social media works now in terms of its polarization and extreme opinion. You must adhere to one mindset or you get shouted at by the entire world. It is a very dangerous minefield in terms of social hierarchy. In the same ways, like, yeah, you can't go up to eventually there probably will be AI. And it's like, I can't opinion my way through that right now. It doesn't really have any play in it when it's happening at a pace faster than I could even actualize. The fuck you want? Like an opinion where everyone recognizes that this thing is fucking incredible.
All available units. Emergency backup requested in Haywood.
Haywood, what's up? Roger, dispatch.
All units. Suspect has evaded patrol. Resume search immediately. Suspect's vehicle has been located. Details have been sent.
Philosophically inclined perspective. Is technology ruining kids? Is adopting it just letting people enjoy the amazing technology? I need backup here. Ignoring the obvious socioeconomic issue of not everyone has a cell phone. There's a lot of issues facing and the families can't afford them. If you just assume at some point we'll live in a world where you get a phone the moment you're born and it's just free because it's powered by advertising anyway. Talk about that.
Okay, I'm going to start this from a different perspective to answer your question. I have concerns about the access. I know, like, my sister's a teacher, and a lot of her kids have school laptops that the school loans out, and the students can use whatever have you. And that's mind-blowing. If we had a computer lab with those old towers that, like, the entire school shared one lab, because there was, like, 30 or 40 computers in there, and we all had to go to the lab.
You had to, like, schedule your time in there.
Yeah, and now just kids are expected to have, like, their rental laptop. I worry about teachers. I worry about teachers. I worry about how much kids need to know about kindergarten, like the amount of knowledge parents must instill on their kids when it's be going up because schools have to cover more and more and more amount of time. You don't want someone to be in grade school until they're 30, but there's just so much information now that there is to know and learn about, and technology is a whole other facet of that. So I think Mark's right about the meteor. Like, it's coming, it's here, we have to, like, there's no not integrating. You have to. Kids have to learn how to use technology, safely, how to use technology to enhance their lives, the dangers of technology, the sites, bad, how to spot those things, how every of information sources that are bullshit. Now, bullshit. There's three very different things. It's scary to the mind. Because there's no reference. Doing their job that they have historically. One passion and one focus. I mean, that's definitely. one problem I have is that another fiction for finding a job in the real world. It gives you an idea, you get a taste, right? It's a sample. No, it doesn't. It is a sampler of what different things you can do. So, like, if I didn't have any math classes and I had no idea that math was a thing or how to do math or whatever, I would never go out my way to look for it. Some people that go into mathematic jobs, like we've got a friend, our friend Jesse, does math for a living, and he tells me some of the problems he does, how the world was solved, and shit like that. It's like, Jesus, it's a very deep. It's like free algebra, whatever, like in this course, it's like, okay, well, you use that, maybe you've got to use your way to if you eliminate a lot of these things, maybe you don't use it as I'm not saying all that stuff is learning, so that it's creative, but it's frustrating with what you think. But I agree with you, those things are definitely skills. I wish philosophy was good. I think philosophy is worth putting up my mind and making it throughout and I think that philosophy is like one philosophy can change my entire outlook on how I feel like it is. So it's so complicated to figure out where you fit in from you actually adapt and how you put on features and how to do it.
So this is kind of what I said of and I agree with it fully. Like, I think people should learn, but the problem is people are learning different ways. And I and many people in my generation are learning this thought process that's unimportant. I'm not saying you guys are, I'm saying me specifically, because I've dropped out of college, and I have said many times, like, yeah, you don't necessarily need a college education anymore, has made me perpetuated the idea that education in general is not important. And false confidence is the death of so much ambition. Because if you think that you're confident in something but you're not, you wouldn't even know that you weren't. So there's kind of a fine line between learning to learn, self-discovery through philosophy,
Just chill.
or whatever it is, and the false confidence that you have that, because no one is more confident in their surety.
Sweet Jesus. You hear that? Do you hear what they're playing?
Each to their own, Johnny.
That's what peeps with bad taste always say. Don't know what he did to deserve what's coming, but his music taste is reason enough to
what you were saying,
trouble.
Wade, and I'm not saying this is you, but it's like there's a common joke of philosophy majors in Philosophy 101 that want to diagnose everybody and think that they know the universe. Like, that also is a fallacy in and of itself to fall into. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, and I'm not saying anything about that. It's just such a more complex issue that can come from so many different places, and what it needs is like years of research and to reorganize the entire system of school in general, because I think that people are recognizing that school as it is today was started because they needed people to fill a very specific role of office worker that was necessary in that time. They needed people to be data and analytic machines. And when computers came around, that fundamental unit of human was not as necessary, and so it did adapt, and human and life skills were always part of it. But in the end, like the mathematical basis, geometric basis, the typing basis, or the handwriting basis, more specifically, and the cursive basis was all to emphasize this kind of like data processing worker unit. But a lot of the holdovers that we have are from those days of those fundamental things, and there hasn't been enough research into how to teach kids how to learn. And I think like there is probably an entire upheaval in the educational system that needs to take place, because now when you have tools that allow people to find knowledge so easily, especially and knowledge that could be wrong with ChatGPT, but that'll get better. I know it will. And to think that is also
Come on, I'll give you a kiss.
So we gotta like adapt quickly, because again, like it's coming no matter what. Opinions don't matter, but action does, and like standing around to look at the meteor as it's falling is difficult. I'm not saying I know the answer, but the answer is definitely not one thing.
I want to touch on the point about the philosophers, which, again, I know you're not using me, but the thing I got it from philosophy is I was the know-it-all teenager that you're talking about. I was a really, really good student. I knew that I was going to be a successful lawyer and a judge if I wanted to be. Like, I knew this, I knew that. And whether we share them or not, we all have our beliefs and thoughts on big-time issues, like death penalty, abortion, so on and so forth. And I had my views in my head, and I right, I knew it was wrong, and I knew all this stuff. What philosophy did for me was it showed me that I didn't know anything. And I think it helps you understand why you have some of the opinions and beliefs and thoughts that you do, but it allows you to open your mind to the possibility that you're wrong. That is something that is a crucial skill to learn, especially when you're a teenager, is to understand that even though you think you're right, you believe you're right, and you don't want to hear anything otherwise, learning that you can be wrong about anything and everything, I think, is very important. I think that allows you to communicate better because it allows you to actually listen to somebody else when they talk to you. If you go into a conversation thinking you are right, whether it's in a relationship, a friendship, mom and son, whatever it is, and you just think you're right, you are not going to be open to listening to the other person's point of view. You'll just kind of like, yeah, here's why I'm right. Whereas if you truly understand that you don't have all the information ever, and you hear somebody else giving you their perspective, even if you still disagree in the end, you can still grab useful information from what they presented to you. And I think philosophy, opening your mind like that, is a crucial thing that a lot of people miss out on because everyone is just so, Dad said this, therefore that.
I agree partially. I actually do think that there is value in self-confidence and believing that you're right. I'm not saying you're not saying that, but I believe that going into every conversation, an argument, or debate, thinking that you might be wrong is also not the right answer, because there needs to be some basis, some rock for which you to stand on before you go into anything, or else you are too susceptible to other people's opinions. If you go into everything thinking...
Well, there's shades of gray to it, right? Like, you can go in...
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
You can go in 95% sure that you're right, or being like, you know that 95% of what you're saying is accurate, but there's some room of like, oh, okay, that's interesting, that brings something. Like, I still think I'm right, but the way you presented that, maybe I'll rethink this aspect of it, or maybe there's just more information to be had. But overall, honestly, it doesn't mean you're always wrong about things. It's just it leaves you open to taking in more ideas and more thoughts, even if you end up not agreeing with them. And you might be right 90% of the time, you have that confidence, but there's still that one time that someone brings something to the table that you might not have listened to if you weren't open to listening.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important thing, is like, don't listen to other people. However, I also say there are some people in the world that are not worthy of listening to. There are some people in the world that you absolutely actively shouldn't listen to because their thoughts are pervasive and dangerous.
But you learn to see those because you can tell how a person is communicating once you've understood that, and you can see whenever someone's referencing a real grounded reality theory, fact, whatever have you, versus someone that is bullshitting when you have those tools, which is another part of learning.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a very complex system, because obviously how do you know if someone's opinions are dangerous? And self-confidence can be overbearing. You can think that you're right and don't have to listen to, because everyone around is evil. And that also is a balance. There's so many people out there that are like so confident in what they do and so assured of themselves, and that's kind of what social media helps perpetuate, is just these echo chambers of righteousness, and the echo chambers of everyone else who does nothing like this is wrong. And that's how the ostracization system in social media, where suddenly thousands of people can disagree with you. That's why you'll see so many tweets and posts that always have a qualifying statement. That's like, if the common thing is like some celebrity did something wrong, or some celebrity is like annoying or wore the wrong shirt, someone will say like, now I don't like them, surely I think we can all agree, but that wasn't so bad. Yeah, I see that all the time, the qualifying statements of like social acceptance. And so the debate, however, is more difficult because you're not debating with one person, you're debating with the entire world at all times. And you're exchanging information in ways that human nature was never prepared to handle. But also is largely irrelevant because the value placed on those internet-based social interactions are actually not as valuable as they seem in terms of numerical like accuracy. 1,000 to 1 seems bad, but on the internet it's like it actually isn't, because they don't know you and aren't willing to know you in most circumstances.
This reminds me of a quote. I forget exactly how it goes, I'm paraphrasing, but it goes something like, there's few things more dangerous than the confident fool, and few things more tragic than the insecure genius.
Well, I think we can agree that all three of us are. The real predicament is that I need to pick a winner out of all of this.
Well, the winner is clearly the person who's right.
Wait, that means it's him.
And you're throwing your opinion in with theirs.
I fully endorse whoever I choose as the winner. But I do feel like I also want to disclaim, we're basically just talking. This is the most cliche podcast shit ever. But this is a discussion, and if you draw any conclusion from this, draw the conclusion that we don't know what we're talking about. These are all very opinion-based things, and they may or may not apply very well to your life. I think the most important part of this discussion, because I'm sure there are people out there, educators out there, philosophers who are hearing us talk and are just like gouging their own eyes out because they're like, no, because they've spent their entire life researching or thinking about this thing. That's very possible that you know better than we do. Talk about it. Talk to people about it. Ask questions.
I'm 95% confident that they're an idiot, and their degree was worthless, and they skated through school because their pappy knew someone.
Probably cheated on all their exams.
I think cheating in terms of school, is actually a problem-solving skill builder.
Okay, well, you know what, Mark? You just solved my problem. Up until that exact moment right there, I was thinking I was gonna make Mark the winner. Until he literally endorsed cheating to pass school.
I'm not saying that's like...
And I feel like I have to say that Distractable does not endorse cheating. Don't cheat on your test, kids. Learn the material even if it doesn't feel applicable.
I've learned more material trying to cheat than I ever did doing homework.
That's because you didn't do homework.
I know. Cheating was my homework.
Because he's such a morally pure and superior being and does not endorse cheating, today's winner is Wade.
Morally superior, I don't know about that. Thank you, I'll take the win.
All right, you're not morally superior, you're morally equivalent.
Thank you.
You're greater than or equal to us morally. How about that?
I'll take it.
Mark, I don't know what you're so salty about.
What you just said you took the win. Why would you? Well, I don't know why you're so salty.
It's fine, Mark. Just listen to my winner speech in a minute and copy it so you can say it next episode that you win.
Alright, okay.
Yeah, no, Mark, you know what you should have done? You should have written more of the answers on the back of your hand so you could have...
I should have written. Maybe should have cheated in school more.
I didn't cheat in school, Mark. I just didn't learn. Okay? Congratulations to Wade. Do you have a winner speech, Mr. Philosopher?
I think what Bob was saying about us not knowing everything is very important. However, I do think that starting is a conversation starter, and I think it is always healthy whenever you're willing to have educated and calm debates with people. Don't go into a debate being forceful and being belligerent about it. If you truly communicate and listen, even if you end up being right, know you're right, think you're right, whatever, still humor the person because every now and then you'll find a nugget of information or something that will be helpful, or maybe you'll learn that you are in fact wrong or that you just don't know. Keep an open mind and stay civil. You'll be surprised how far that might get you.
Mark, give the opposite speech for your loser speech.
I think what you're saying about us not knowing everything is utter horseshit. I think that when you go into a debate, you should come armed to the teeth with secret knives stashed in your back folds of your mind to pull out and wrench into their medulla oblongata at every moment. Everyone's wrong, you're right, and don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Alright, this is actually kind of counter to my entire philosophy.
I thought you were about to get to the point where, if they keep disagreeing with you, start insulting them as a person, their parents, their thoughts, their family. Really rip into them.
No, well, because my actual basis is no one is a bigger critic of me than myself, and that's how it always is going to be. And evaluating my own self-worth has been a lifelong battle, and I think for all of us, it's a battle that some of us don't win, and it's a complicated battle.
Okay, let me.
We have a fun show, of course. As usual, when do we ever disappoint? Other than this entire week. But that's also... sorry, yeah, that's a crickets moment. I'm just being a little sensitive because people be mad at me for some stuff I did this week. Anyway, we have They Live Forever guys calling into the show at 2. Brian Johnson.
That's so exciting.
Actually, I'm both like...
I had no idea that was happening.
there is a genuine curiosity. On surface level, it's like, this dude's fucking weird. But like, there's also, I think, some legitimate scientific pursuit going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated. But I'll tell you what else is weird. Brian Johnson, you know who else is named Brian Johnson?
Liver King.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching.
Have we trying to get them in the same room? Have we had any progress on that?
Come on.
No progress.
I swear I won't completely kill you.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I mean, they would have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because you know the rich Brian Johnson would be like...
Well, they're both rich.
That's true. I think this one we're talking to is
Mega rich.
Yeah, he's like mega rich.
The mega rich Brian will tell rich Brian.
He's got the science. He's like, bro, you're fucking nuts.
Yeah.
And then there was like, here, bite into these raw testicles. So he's gonna call in. I'm looking forward to that. Also, a big announcement, guys. The live show is coming next weekend, and the polling is up. Guys, go on Twitter. Is this tweet pinned, love?
Already next weekend.
No, it's not, but I'll pin it. Yeah, so the tweet will be pinned. The voting is open for the Steamies 2023. Excuse me. And boy, we've got some great nominees, some great categories, and we're all so excited. Next Sunday, I mean, is our ultimate final show of the year.
Wow. Hottest night.
It's YouTube's hottest night, baby.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what everyone says about it. How is it?
It's crazy. It's nuts. Actually, Yila's birthday's next week, too.
Yeah.
Wow. So you'll be 36?
Yes, I'm talking to you. Are you getting what you want out of life?
Will be.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
What'd you think?
36. Oh, it's not 37 for some reason.
Another murder outside your
Lucky.
bedroom.
You could convince me. I'm honestly not
I think
100% sure.
I'm 38, so you would be
If you go there, will you promise to quit pissing in my fucking ear?
Yeah, you're young. You know what I mean? I like them young.
I feel like we're
Clip
like
that.
I kind of
Should I put that?
No, I would never clip that one.
no.
I never know anymore.
I feel so old, but I don't know. I know that it's young too.
They say 50s is the new 20s, but you know who says that? People in their 70s.
Well, and Brian Johnson, that's the man we're about to speak with.
Yeah, Brian Johnson apparently says he's 25. I don't buy it though. I've seen his face. I mean, I don't buy it. He's not 20. He looks like he's 40.
Well, you can tell that to his face.
And I will.
20 minutes.
If that is your real face, Brian. How old is he? 46.
Immortal.
Okay, he's looking pretty good for 46.
Yeah.
I think he looks incredible for 46. I didn't realize.
His body.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. It's really good.
So I guess we should get right into it because he's going to call in 20 minutes, and he seems like the kind of guy who's like, I'm here, it's 2 o'clock, I have 20 minutes to give you, and then I'm leaving. Did he give us a hard out?
He did not.
And he expressed excitement.
Yes.
So,
I'm so excited. I feel like you guys are not excited enough about this.
I am.
I'm excited.
Okay.
He is an interesting guy.
And I'll say, and I'll say this: he seems like a good sport too.
Yeah.
Like he seems like he's a nice guy and a good sport about everything. So I think we'll have a fun combo with him.
Actually, before we get into that, which we should get on it pretty quickly here, I have one other thing I want to say about the live show. Just a reminder for those in attendance, there will not be a dress code in course, but formal wear is highly encouraged. It's the spirit of the night.
It's the hottest night.
It's YouTube's sexiest night.
You don't want to be coming not looking sexy.
Looking like a schlub.
That being said,
Wait,
also...
my mom was asking me what to wear, and I was like, just anything. So
Gown.
should I?
Okay, I was going to say, also, I also want to emphasize next to that this is all super expensive, and also don't feel you really don't need to.
Yeah, like I said, non-forced won't look down on you if you don't feel like
you will not be judged.
Please not be judged. But it's more like dressing up in a costume than actually.
It's for fun. If you have a nice outfit at home, you know what I mean, then put that on.
We'll all be in tuxes and stuff up on stage. So if you want to get into the spirit of the night, that's the way to do it. Let's not talk about me.
I know my mom's planning on wearing Teddy Fresh. She's like, I'm just gonna wear my Teddy Fresh skirt.
Oh, she gonna be in? Is she gonna
Probably.
But she can be backstage.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know.
Well, we'll figure it out.
I don't know nothing about no.
Regardless, the polling is up. How many votes do we have in so far, Ian? We've got quite a bit already. But yes, go over to Twitter. It's pinned. It should also be in the comments probably as well. And
we have 30,000 votes.
Wow.
All right, we are not starting the show until there's 100,000. And we need 1 million likes also, so start smashing that like button right now.
30,000? That's a lot.
30,000, that is a lot. How many did we have last year? Do we have access to that historical record?
Last year looks like 107,000.
Whoa! Okay, but I don't think we did the big push. I think we only pushed this at the end of Stavros' episode.
Yeah, it was kind of a soft launch, to be honest.
Yeah,
this is a much harder launch today, so get your votes in.
Oh, here's a comment. A few of my coworkers never heard of Teddy Fresh until the collab with MTG, but knew about the H3 podcast, so I couldn't stop raving about the episode. Yeah, love you. Love your ass.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was hoping that would happen. That actually makes me so happy.
I think I have bronchitis or something. I think I might need to see the doctor. Because
great.
I can't stop. Is that contagious?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a fever or feel bad in any way. I just have this cough. It's not improving, and it's very phlegmy.
I think that feels bad.
I mean, you were sick recently, right? Because I'm kind of having that right now too.
Yeah.
To be honest.
But like
last week.
It was the same with our boys. Theodore had a cough forever after he was sick.
Oh, somebody says, will there be a TF sale at the live show? You know there will be.
There will be.
Fans, be ready because we are doing our usual sample sales, insanely marked down, and frankly, all the best items. A lot of them are sold out. A lot of them are favorites. There's going to be a huge variety of stuff, and they're all going to be mega marked down for our fans. It's a fan service. We love them.
Let the conversation begin.
This venue is massive, so I understand the merch booth will be bigger and more accommodating.
Yes, and there's going to be significantly more line management going on than there was at the last live show. People were in attendance and remember what a mess it was at the lobby because there was 1 million people getting in line, and it was just kind of a free-for-all. So we're on top of that.
It's a lot more organized this time. Yeah, we're on top of it. Bronchitis itself isn't contagious, but some of its causes are. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It's just when you have shit in your lungs. If your bronchitis is caused by a virus, you can be contagious for a few days to a week. What are the symptoms of bronchitis? Let's see if I have that. It's just kind of a buzzword, you know?
Why don't you ask our guest what he calls it? Seems like
he's not a doctor, but probably one sitting next to him.
He probably doesn't get sick ever.
Right.
That's a good question for him.
That is a good question.
Runny, stuffy nose, low-grade fever. I don't have a fever. Chest congestion.
You don't have a stuffy nose either.
Wheezing. No, my nose is clear. Isn't that weird?
It's not weird. It's just the stuff is lingering.
It's exactly what.
But it's been a week and no improvement.
No.
Wheezing or whistling. while breathing. A cough that may produce yellow or green mucus. I am producing green mucus. Feeling run down and tired? That's so mean. That's so mean. Also, besides Brian Johnson calling in, we have huge breaking Selena Gomez drama. It is hot. It is fresh. Everybody is buzzing about this Selena Gomez drama. And Olivia is going to take our hand and lead us to the promised land of Selena Gomez T. Just got engaged, and he's the one who showed me H3. Let's go, Cheryl.
I have a husband.
Cheryl Beeler? Is that last name about to change? Beeler?
Excuse me?
Well, her last name is Beeler. She said she'd get married. Or she already married.
I mean, don't you know that women can keep their own last name?
Well, with a name like Beeler, I thought that maybe... There's nothing wrong with Beeler.
What's wrong with Beeler?
Beeler! I feel like you get... I don't know. If you were, like, wanted to bully someone, you could, like... Beeler!
Yeah, if she's, like, 5.
What's not Beeler?
You can say anybody's name.
Why are you annoying, Beeler? Like a bee in my ear.
Well, if she wasn't changing her name before, now she is.
Beeler. Somebody said it might be pneumonia. That's a good guess.
Great.
That might be what I'm saying.
Maybe lupus.
Cough, which may produce green. Fever, sweating, shaking, chills, no. Shortness of breath, no. Rapid sweating, no. Tremor, stabbing, chest pain, no. Loss of appetite, low energy, fatigue, yes.
Oh, there it is. You got it.
Except loss of appetite. That's when I'm really fucked up. When I don't feel like eating, that's when life is really... I need to see a doctor at that point. You know?
Right.
But anyway.
People are saying they could bully you for Klein in the exact same way in the chat. Klein. So Klein, the clown.
How do you know that that's
Klein?
what they sound
Because
like, Dan?
because they stretched out all the vowels. Klein.
Okay, whatever. Swerve, love. Ooh, swerve. I'm gonna swerve into oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a double homicide murder into this oncoming traffic. Swerve, love. Yeah, it's that's
innovative. I mean, I did get
you
bullied.
Haven't heard that?
I got some bullying for my last name when I was a kid, but no oncoming traffic jokes.
There you go.
Yeah. You're doing it
Swerve,
different.
love. What kind of bullying did you get?
Geez, what would they say? Frankly, they were always really dumb. I mean, I'm talking like elementary school, and in the 90s too. Not that it's different now, and I don't know, but sword gay.
Because the love. That is
Sword
pretty
gay.
bad.
Oh, down.
That's pretty bad.
I'm telling you, it's bad.
Sword gay.
And I told them it was bad at the time, but bullies don't really, they don't care for feedback.
Sword gay.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You sound kind of lame saying that to me, just saying.
Yeah.
Like what you said?
Yeah.
Were you like,
Bully them right back.
were you like, ew, homophobia is never okay?
Yeah. It was woke.
And if you didn't, why not?
And you were right.
No, I'm just telling that you're gay. I didn't know it ever yet.
When am I gonna get a hold of Jesse?
Somebody said Dan Turglove. That would have been way better.
Oh,
That wasn't one that I ever got.
Turglove the poop eater.
My bullies weren't the smartest. What can I say?
Yeah, fucking morons. Where are they now? Probably crying. Single, lonely, destitute, idiots, losers. Absolutely fucking probably passed out in their own shit and filth. Wondering, they're thinking about Dan. And how well Dan's
God, I hope so. Oh, God, I hope so.
I hope that my bullies are, being burned alive in their minds.
Right, mentally.
In Minecraft. Right. I hope they're being burned alive in Minecraft.
Burning which falling in lava.
Brutal. I didn't wish that. That's crazy. Alright, so, let's see here. We should get up to,
up to speed on Brian.
Yeah, let's get up to speed on Brian.
Yeah.
So, Brian Johnston, you guys have probably seen, I've been talking about him for a while off and on, but he's a fascinating character. I've seen a lot of people on the internet discussing him. He's 46. He claims multiple parts of his body have the biological age of 18. He has a team of 30 doctors and spends $2 million a year trying to reverse the effects of aging. He built a mobile payment startup called Braintree, which also owned Venmo. The company was purchased by PayPal for $800 million in 2013. He said that during that period in his life, he was chronically depressed and would binge eat. So he's an ultra wealthy, and I guess retired, or not, he's not working in the traditional. No, actually, interestingly, I saw the pictures of him when he was like in tech and all that. He looks completely different and a little overweight too, which is really something. Do we have a pic of him from before?
There's a link a little lower in that write-up.
Which number?
Number 8.
Thank you. Yeah, here he is before. God, he looks so different, you guys. You're not even gonna recognize him. Go, Brian.
My name is Sam Ryan. Welcome to Chicago Founder Stories here at 1871, Chicago's digital startup hub.
Look at him.
The third founder story.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Again.
That's him?
Yeah.
Right. Look at here. Nice. You haven't seen him for music.
Get on with it. He actually looks like younger. That's him.
That is him.
He's just some dork. I mean, and I mean that with peace and love.
He doesn't look overweight or anything, but just normal. Average build.
Healthy.
Yeah, it's fine.
Here.
Fab.com, Uber, and we power their credit card.
Isn't that crazy?
I think that's a totally different person.
So what year is this from? Because he looks the same age, or potentially even younger, I might even say, although
They posted 6 years ago. I don't know if this was when it was recorded.
What year?
It's probably been. Yeah, probably. Okay. So that's pretty interesting, right? Bri is currently he takes 111 supplements a day. He stopped eating at 11 a.m.
No.
He does like hardcore intermittent fasting.
Okay.
Stops eating at 11 a.m. He eats exactly 2,250 calories every day.
At what hour?
This dude probably wakes up at like 4 a.m. kind of shit.
Oh my god.
You know. He says every calorie has to fight for its life. There's not a single calorie in my entire life protocol that exists for any reason other than serving an objective in the body.
Wow.
He calls this whole regiment and scientific journey Project Blueprint. Here's a supercut of his morning routine.
I need to send him and some chocolate and see.
I don't think he'd eat it. I think he's so fucking hardcore. Like, I almost feel like... Let me hear all of them.
I measure my inner ear temperature every day. I do this as a safety and efficacy check for various therapies we're doing. If I'm running hot, then we know it's an indicator of something. The temp this morning was 96. So my body runs around 3 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly cooler than normal. Most people are 98.7 thereabouts. I run around 95.5, 96. As a result of my dietary protocol, I'll flip on this UV light. This is 10,000 lux at 12 inches. I turn this on. I usually just enjoy thinking about the day for a minute. I just get a few minutes of exposure. It helps set the rhythm. It improves sleep. We're going to do 5 minutes of light therapy.
Like this, that to me seems goofy. Like light setting from a light. But I don't know, the man, he's pretty serious with the science.
Somebody threw out there recently that they liked the light therapy.
I know somebody on the crew? People like chiropractic.
I feel like I've heard about that in New York, maybe, where it's like super depressing and you don't get enough sunlight.
They're like facial gadgets.
He lives in California.
Use.
Yeah, the mask that has like the light.
Yeah.
Wasn't there somebody telling us that they do that and they like it?
Can you look up, maybe, is that red light mask and this light therapy actually a thing?
I mean, he looks so good. It has to.
Well, it's not just this.
Right.
You know?
But it's something active stuff.
Right, and it keeps my function clear in 5 minutes. And also at night time,
oh my god.
Oh my god, this is really interesting. spaceship with neon lights blasting my face.
Christ, man. What happened? I thought you were just... He's a lamp. He's a human lamp.
My breathing. I always wake up naturally, so it's somewhere between 4:30 and 6 a.m.
Oh yeah,
4:30. I go to bed at the same time every single night. We're trying to basically...
I think he goes to bed at like some crazy ass, like 8 p.m. that type of shit.
But like, does he have fun? Never?
If you were to ask me, looking at this from the outside, it looks to me like his life is miserable, but he seems to be enjoying what he's doing. I don't think he has a normal type of personality. I think there's something going on that's unusual about this man. There has to be. You know?
Sure. Every single organ of the entire body, and then we're trying to rejuvenate the age. And so every day when my team and I meet up, we're talking about, you know, the heart, or the lungs, or the pancreas, the liver. And so sometimes the analysis is we look at the data we've acquired, we do some sort of assessment of a therapy, and then we implement it. So my job is to basically go through this full process from identifying the organ to looking at the analysis and then incorporating it. So sometimes it's taking a pill, sometimes it's putting a new device, sometimes it's, you know, a new exercise protocol, sometimes it's a new meditation practice. I now think of myself as a professional rejuvenation athlete. My life is trying to be the science. It's like being the entire process of the discovery and analysis.
I do appreciate that he's just doing it on his own.
Yeah.
Like, for his own benefit.
I agree. I mean, yeah, I don't think you have to do it to somebody else, necessarily. Although I guess you could do it as part of a clinical trial, but I think I agree. I mean, you know, he's living it, and he's taking it seriously. Yeah, he's Dr. Frankenstein in the sense that it's his own creation.
Yeah.
And the old brain that we saw is inside him screaming for help, for release. Let me out in the dark place or whatever.
People look at this like, that's nuts. It is nuts. And I think exactly what's required in the year 2023 if you want to do this entire process, trying to look at every organ spot. This is a device I use for my dry eye. I'll do this for 30 seconds in the morning when I wake up. And the first time you would do this, it's going to be the most intense, like an orgasmic sneeze. Every 2 weeks, my team organizes all the pills.
He does that again. Yeah, he does that for dry eye.
What's an orgasmic sneeze?
Well, I know what he means about his
know.
Yeah. But, like, what the fuck does that have to do with dry eyes, dude? You're rubbing your nostril, brother.
My dry eye?
If it makes you sneeze, does it make your eyes water?
30 seconds in the morning when I wake up. And the first time you would do
There might
this...
be something to that, I guess.
I'm not even doubting. I'm just saying this guy's he's on another level. Like,
Yeah, right.
He's rubbing his nose.
He would know.
His eyes wet.
You know what you
You
did?
know who's doing that? Who else is doing that?
When you get like punched in the nose, your eyes get super watery.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It's all
I wonder if
connected there.
First of all, I wonder if he even watches television. If he does, I
Hell
wonder
no.
if he watched that documentary that we just watched about the whole Love Has Won. the Love Has Won call, and the leader, the mother god, she was drinking colloidal silver. I wonder what did it think about colloidal silver. That was a long way to say that.
Right.
What's the research on colloidal silver there, AB? By the way, red light therapy shows promise in various areas, but scientific evidence is not conclusive for all of its purported benefits. More research is needed to fully understand its effectiveness and the best way to use it. Additionally, results may vary from person to person. Benefits include skin health, pain relief, pain and inflammation relief, muscle recovery, hair growth, mood and sleep. I mean, what the fuck doesn't it do? I get skeptical when it's like, you know, there's too much good things going on. Sneezing and orgasms both produce endorphins, which make your body feel good. Oh, okay, so there's an orgasmic sneeze.
There you go. There's like, yeah, sometimes myth about it creating a mini orgasm.
Where are you?
Nobody believes that.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, there's enough. There's like a few articles about it. I've heard that before.
Is it just like an analogy?
Yeah.
Maybe we're not.
I mean, you don't sneeze and cream your pants. At least I haven't.
About the red light thing, we should ask him what he thinks about getting a red light on your taint, like Tucker Carlson was pitching last year.
I mean, if it's good for the face, it's good for the taint. But yeah, that's a good question as well.
You know, a lot of people surprisingly drink that colloidal silver thing.
So what is colloidal silver?
Somebody at Teddy Fresh yesterday had a drink with colloidal silver.
Wait, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you should
What like a fancy
do that.
Doesn't that turn people blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I'm pretty sure that's like a total...
This woman, by the way, she's
Yeah.
slowly dying throughout the documentary, mostly from liver failure, but she turns blue. Like she becomes like dark blue.
Yeah.
Like a smurf.
And she drinks it like medicine every day, the colloidal silver, because they also sell it, so she kind of like...
What? Wait. We should talk about it offline, who that is. We might need to do an intervention. I'm pretty sure that is like totally bogus and actually like kind of dangerous to do.
Well, is it dangerous?
As soon as I saw it, I was like, don't drink that. You're gonna turn...
Oh my god.
It says colloidal silver. It sounds like a homeopathy thing. Colloidal silver has been used for infections, hay fever, skin conditions, many others, but there's no good scientific evidence to support any of its uses. Colloidal silver consists of tiny silver particles and liquid. It is sometimes promoted on the internet as a dietary supplement. Is it dangerous?
Well, I'm seeing on a government website the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has warned that colloidal silver isn't safe or effective for treating any disease or condition.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, it's just ground up silver. What's that going to do for me? It's not even like an essential mineral.
Yeah, I'm seeing the chat is pretty much all in agreement that it's not.
So there's
not a good idea.
There's someone drinking a fancy drink with silver sand in it.
Yeah. It looked all like, you know, fancy and expensive.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Those are the risks?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
Also, it can interact with other medications.
It also turns you blue. Like,
Da-dee-da-dow.
Why do people want to do that?
You want to share a picture?
I want to look up colloidal silver blue skin. Let's just see what we find here.
Oh, just so you know, Brian has entered the waiting room.
No shot. Is this guy real?
Oh yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah. No, that's very famous.
How much silver are you drinking there, brother?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Brother, you're blue.
Are you kidding me?
Brother. Wow. You're blue, boy. What'd you do to your damn skin, boy? You walk around all blue. I ain't never seen myself of no blue man before.
Why are you still drinking it? I don't like that.
It's kind of a vibe.
It's a good vibe, right?
No, it's not.
It's so different.
Terrible vibes.
Bro, look at that. He's happy about it too. He likes it. Alright, so Brian is here. There's 1 minute left. I'll just finish this, Brian, if you're watching, just to set you up properly here.
It's going to be the most intense, like an orgasmic sneeze. Every 2 weeks, my team organizes all the pills. In between that time duration, we change certain things. And when we change it, it's a manual change, and these manual pills become my responsibility. I don't know how many pills in here. I think last time we reported it was something like 50, maybe 60. I use red light therapy. I started losing my hair in my early 30s. It's been a difficult thing. I've had to work really hard to try to keep a head of hair. And this is a useful thing. It's one of 6 different things I do. This is what I'm going to eat after we work out. I rotate every month. 1 month puree, 1 month.
Bro, what's on your head?
It's the red light. Dude.
I know, but like you just walking around.
Was he saying the red light helps with his hair loss?
That's what he says.
He's working on it.
Shit, you gotta get on that.
Yeah, same.
Bro, just get I mean, I would tell him just get plugs. I mean, you're the man.
I wonder, because he said he started losing his hair at a very young age. I wonder if he...
30.
I think he already did. Oh, that could be...
Well, I don't know, and he might not even be denying that. He might fess up to that.
Whole pieces? Yeah, overall, it's a lot of vegetables every month. It's over 50 pounds, I think.
That's sloth. The sloth walking.
Yeah, what was in that? I don't know.
It was like gray goo.
So anyway, there's just a little overview about what he's up to, and let's get him on the phone, man.
Okay, stand by. I'll set him up here.
But there's a lot of other stuff I want to show you guys, and I'll show those, I guess, with him to comment on them.
All right, I am bringing him into the room right now. Just a moment. Brian, are you there?
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Here he is, tech trillionaire Brian Johnson. Brian, are you aware that... Do you know who Liver King is? I
think he's the Brian Johnson in a parallel universe.
That's right. And so, if I'm trying, would you get maybe like a stand? I want to get you guys in a conversation. The War of the Brian Johnsons. Would you have a conversation with Liver?
Do we communicate with grunts or language?
Well, you do you, and he'll do him.
Okay. Just want to make sure we can. Yeah, happy to.
It is pretty interesting though how you guys are like so fucking different, like literally yin yangs. Anyway, how are you? Thanks for calling in.
Thanks for having me.
So you, let's see here. Are you currently treating anything in your body right now? Like, do you have your feet in a red light or anything like that?
Let me think about it. Nothing currently right now.
That's surprising. You're missing out on prime
You're right.
opportunity here. So, tell me about when you got started on this journey of Project Blueprint to slow or stop aging.
Yeah, I love this thought experiment. I read a lot of biographies. I love reading about the past and seeing people in their time and place who did epic things. And I know most of us are concerned about what goes on here and now, but the 25th century is going to have a perspective of us right now, and 99.9% of what we do is going to be wiped away to history. And I thought, what would be the coolest thing to do from the perspective of the 25th century? Like, what is a thing that we figure out in the early 21st century? And that's what Blueprint is like, basically, I observed that we've achieved a level of intelligence with AI specifically that we don't know any longer how long and how well we can live. The death used to be inevitable. Maybe it's not anymore. And so that's what this is about. It's about a zeitgeist shift that the 25th century would say, oh yeah, that's obvious. But we look at it and we think, that's nuts. That doesn't make any sense at all.
So is there a chance that you don't die?
Yeah, to put this into perspective, imagine we're hanging out a million years ago with Homo erectus, and they have an axe in their hand. And we're like, hey, Homo erectus, what's up? How's it going? They hadn't innovated the axe for a million years. And you're like, hey, can you riff for us? Tell us what the future of the species is like. You know, we would just view Homo erectus from a form of entertainment. We wouldn't think that they'd be spitting lyrics about quantum mechanics or about space-time or about the internet or being able to call someone anywhere in the world at any moment. And the same thing, I wonder if we are basically the equivalent of Homo erectus right now. If whatever we say about the future has no bearing whatsoever, because we're going to move at the speed of a million years of evolutionary advance in a very short period of time, and when you look at how fast artificial intelligence is moving. So yes, like basically I think we can say nothing about the future in this moment. We are basically Homo erectus.
Brian, I feel that you're dodging the question. Will you die?
Okay.
By a percentage, what chance are we looking at here of Brian dying one day? The fact that you're even thinking about this is interesting.
True, yeah.
Yeah. You're saying there's a chance you just keep going. You keep living on? Fuck yeah. Brian Johnson forever.
We have all of the technical tools to solve aging, and we just need a bit more time to solve the problem. Solving aging does not break the laws of physics.
Well, there are some animals that don't age. They could, I think, theoretically live forever, right? There's some ocean creatures, jellyfish, I think. I forget which ones, but there are some quote-unquote immortal animals in nature.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's right. Biology has proven that it is possible to live a very long time.
What are the animals that are immortal? Do you recall? I'm curious. Do you think it was
Hydra, Greenland shark, red sea urchin, clams.
A shark?
Greenland shark.
Greenland shark lives forever?
Lobsters.
Lobsters?
Really?
Holy shit. The ocean. What's going on in the ocean, Brian? There's something in the water, literally.
I'm missing out. I should set up shop down there.
You should be drinking ocean water.
I should try to grow some gills.
Yeah. So, are you afraid of dying? Brian, you know, you're running from it.
Yeah.
You know what? You're also doing science, but personally, you're also invested in this. Do you think about dying?
I wonder if it would make people feel better if I was scared of dying. I wonder, is that question really about me, or is it about the person asking the question?
Wow. No, it's about you. For the record, you're the one that Hold on. You're the guy that dedicated dedicates his whole life to not dying and literally just refused to answer the question, will you die? So I really don't think that it's a self-accusing question.
I do wonder, though, of how much people do say about me is self-commentary or really is about me.
Like what?
I mean, take your thing. There's so many things to choose from.
So, it's true that you do get a lot of flack online. I think mostly because it's just odd, frankly. On the surface level, it's just a little bit like, wow, this is pretty weird and wild.
But like, the question is it odd according to 2023 standards, or is it odd to 2030 standards, or to 2040? The thing that's odd is, like, nobody wants to be left behind in the future. And so the question is this really the future? Because if you're identifying that, okay, I'm not doing something that is considered quote-unquote normal in 2023, but is this going to be normal in 2030? If it is, you want in. It's the future. None of us want to be in the past. And that's what I think is the legitimate question here is people use the word weird as some shortcut to try to exclude somebody from our social tribe. Like, hey, they don't belong with us because we here are normal people. That person's weird, therefore they don't belong as part of us. But what's the origin and what's the justification for making that observation?
So you are refuting the weird claims.
It's a lazy form of assessment. It's just like you look through history, like what is it weird?
It's snap judgment, though. You know what I mean? But here I'll ask you this. I mean, if we're talking about making these kinds of increased lifespans accessible, how are people who don't have $2 million per year to spend on medical going to benefit from your research?
Yeah, everything I've done is freely shared with the entire world. All my data, all my protocols, all my recipes, every pill I take, everything is shared for free with everyone. And someone can do blueprint in the U.S. for between $1,000 and $1,500 per month, which includes groceries. So it's absolutely affordable for most people. People can go to bed on time, and it doesn't cost them anything. And so these things, people hear the $2 million tag, and they think, oh, no, that's totally inaccessible, and I can't do anything. The majority of the power laws for longevity are in the most basic things. It's in exercise, sleep, and diet, the basics we all know. So, no, it's absolutely not true that this is outside the reach of almost anyone. And even if you don't have money to buy, a high-quality food, you can still go to bed on time and exercise.
Mm-hmm. Where did that 2 million number come from?
It's the money I've spent. We went through a process, and we said, okay, so let me jump back. I basically said, in looking at the explorers of times past, when they said, hey, I'm going to try to circumnavigate the globe, or I'm going to try to fly a plane across the Atlantic, or I'm going to try to climb Everest, or like whatever a person tried to say they would do for adventure, I said, in 2023, what is the most epic adventure any human could go after? And it was death. And so we said, okay, if we're going to do this, then we want to go about it in a systematic way. So I built a team of 30 doctors, and we combed through all the scientific literature, every study ever done on lifespan and health span. And then we graded each of them according to these biostatistical criteria. We said, which ones have the best evidence? And then we've just marched through and said, okay, we're going to knock out every power law in this game. And then I've become the most measured person in human history. And so I say tongue-in-cheek, Blueprint is the best health protocol built in human history. Prove me wrong with your data. There's no one more quantified ever. There's no more evidence. There's no one who's compiled more evidence behind it. So I'm hoping this is useful for people because, I certainly could have hid this behind some paywall, or I could have been charging for it, but I made it all for free. So everyone can do it.
Yeah. I do appreciate that. I think ultimately your pursuit is a noble one, I think. At least I think as it's never happened before, I do think it can have some really far-reaching benefits for people. What kind of stuff would you say has surprised you the most that you've learned throughout this journey?
It works.
That surprised you the most?
Because I was interested in health and wellness, and I would find a doctor, and they'd have their own thing of like, here's my understanding of reality, and do these things. And I was always chasing and win some things, lose some things, but I've never had whole body rejuvenation that science can basically agree with. Like, all my data is public, and you just can't refute the data. Whether you disagree with like this test or that test, there's so many at this point now it just works. And I didn't think that you could put together a program and systematically achieve whole body wellness, and spiritual, physical, mental, all the above.
So, is there any downsides in your life to living this super ultra regimented lifestyle? What's the drawbacks for you?
Honestly, none. I know that that's one of the first things that people assume is like there's like 10 things. Like, he must be miserable because he's in a cage of his own making. He must be antisocial. He must hate his food. He must desperately want pizza and donuts. He must definitely want to get drunk. So there's all these assumptions. None are true. I've never been happier in my entire life. Like, I mean, I was in a pretty bad state. I was chronically depressed for 10 years. Like, I desperately wanted to take my own life. And I would have had it not been for my 3 kids. So, like, it's just like, God is depression. It doesn't suck. Like, it's the worst. Like, every 10 seconds, your brain's like, you should commit suicide. Thanks. It's just like this omnipresent thing. And so, yeah, I'm grateful that I'm alive. I'm grateful that I feel really well. I just have this deep appreciation for life. And so I don't miss anything that I did before. I used to, every night at 7 p.m., this version of me, Evening Brian, would be at the end of the day. He would have all the stress from running a startup. I would have just put the kids to bed, bathed them, read them stories, got them in bed, and then have a fight with the partner, and then, like, the world just feels on fire. And the only thing that made sense to me was eat the brownies in the kitchen, like, just go eat to get some kind of soothe your pain. And I put on 50 pounds. I was 50 pounds heavier than I am now. I couldn't sleep. I had my top button of my pants wouldn't button up because I was so overweight. It just was, like, miserable. So I'm just so happy I'm out of that cycle. It was really bad.
Yeah.
Are you able to still maintain a healthy family life with this lifestyle?
It's counterintuitively, it's better than it ever has been. I mean, everything in my life is better. There's not a single thing that I would consider to be a sacrifice.
And so, do you date? What is that like? Do you take a date out and then it's like, you don't need it? I'm assuming you're single just because you said you were. I think you mentioned that you were separated from your partner. But what's dating Brian Johnson like?
Yeah.
And are you single?
I am single, yeah.
There it is, people.
So it's like, yeah, it's a complicated question because most people have expectations about what is appropriate for how somebody's in a relationship in the year 2023. And I basically break all norms that are in the zeitgeist. And so one has to be over that. And then 2, I'm pretty focused on this endeavor. I don't prioritize relationships as much as people would expect. So, yeah, statistically, the person that's going to be compatible with me is just going to be... It's going to be hard to find them.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
It's almost like a religion that they have to try.
I mean, so when I go on dates, I tell them the 10 reasons why they're going to hate me and at what periods of time it's going to commence. What's
your idea of a perfect date? I'm just curious. Like, what do you guys do? Because you don't eat bread, probably butter. That's what I like. You said dinner. You go bread and butter. A glass of wine. You don't do any of that stuff.
I'll go on a hike. Recently, I went to a trampoline park.
Trampoline park? That's kind of fun. First date.
Yeah, I was working on trying to do a flip, and I mentioned that, but no, I suck at it though, because I want to get better. And so they were like, "Let's do it." I'm like, "Okay." Like I felt a little odd, a little bashful, saying we should go to a trampoline park on the first date, but yeah, she was down with it.
There you go. That's nice.
Do you watch television?
Sometimes, not a lot.
What do you watch?
It's only a matter of time.
Recently, South Park is my go-to all the time.
Interesting. Yeah, so,
Have there been an episode about you?
By the way, that actually might happen.
Totally.
Yeah, and would you ever eat raw liver? Here's you in alternate universe. Oh, he can't see it? Oh, okay. Never mind then. So I wanted to review some more videos of your routine, and then maybe you can comment on them afterwards, if that's okay. Cool. Yeah. Oh, there. You can see it now. And whatever. So, I wanted to watch your one about your boner routine, which was pretty interesting and a little unexpected. But here's the video.
I mean, my nighttime erection.
How long are you erect each night? And apparently, this is an important question for men's health. Eh? So let's go get those boners on, people. Anyway, here is the video.
12 minutes per night erections, which is a biological age of about 49. So 3 years older than my chronological age. I need to see if I can do some therapies to reduce the biological age. If I'm going to achieve age 18 of nighttime erections, I need to have 3 hours and 30 minutes. So I need to increase my...
You're trying to get an 18-year-old erection? You're flying for the sun, brother.
All right. When... Yeah, go ahead. Nighttime erections by roughly an hour and 20 minutes on that marker. Blood flow, min-max, urination speed, and this plaque will also have some baseline measurements to know what therapies we need to do to rejuvenate the penis. I did my nighttime erections. I averaged 2 hours and 12 minutes per night in erections, which is a biological age of about 49. So 3 years older than my chronological age.
So wait, there was more. There was ones where you were talking about here it is. Here's more where you were talking about doing injections in your dick and stuff, and I was like, yo, that's pretty crazy. So you could, but yeah, I guess tell me about your nighttime erection routine.
I should say that, I had 2 scientists approach me at a longevity conference, and they said, we confess, we hated you. We thought that you brought embarrassment to the community and you were bringing shame to our work. And they said, we now confess we love you because we never thought that talking about nighttime erections and rejuvenating Johnson's Johnson would be the language that would translate for people understanding what longevity is.
And this is the bridge. People are on board with penis rejuvenation.
That was a moment for me, because they were like, we thought this was going to be like a scientific publication headline that we had done this protein doing this thing, and like, actually, no, people just care about their penises being rejuvenated.
Absolutely, man. That's, I mean, at the end of the day, what else is it really about? Why are we trying to live forever, Brian? If not, to have,
Honestly, that's the bullseye. You nailed it. I mean, honestly, like, legit, what else do we care about? I mean, like, we're pretty basic creatures. And, when your health is not well, when you're not sleeping well, nighttime erections are the first thing to go away. And so if you have a 0 score, it's a really good invitation to reconsider your life choices.
So the nighttime erection isn't it's a measurement more of your body's health. It's not, it's like the dipstick coming out, you know what I mean? Or like the air pressure tire, when you gauge. It's a measurement. It's not the erection itself that's causing any difference.
Exactly. No, it just tells you it's a measurement of your sexual, physiological, cardiovascular health.
And so tell me about the routine.
So first we did this baseline measurement. It's just a small little cube that you put on the shaft, and once you put it on, you can barely feel it. You forget about it. And then at night...
I'm curious what it looks like. Can you pull it up? A cube?
Yeah. It's a cube about 3/4 of an inch cubed.
Okay.
Yep, and then it has a little string around it so that as the penis becomes erect at night and enlarges, then it measures the enlargement. And so it measures how long the penis is erect and what quality the erection level was. And so, for example, my last measurement, I had 5 total erections. Duration of like 2 hours and 47 minutes, and each one was around 40-something odd minutes, right, something like that. And I got a 92% erection quality score as an average among the erections. And I know that, for example, when I sleep poorly because I've traveled or something, the nighttime erections plummet to sometimes like 30-40 minutes. And so it has a huge impact if you deviate when you get poor health. But there was some things we've done to try to improve it. We've used electromagnetic therapy, so it's like pull that.
Sorry, I was pulling up a clip of the device. I just wanted to see what.
And so you There you go. Yeah, that's right. Mike.
Oh, no. Yeah. There you go. A little bit bigger.
So you tighten it? Or...
Yeah.
So you have that on always?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just at night. And I do. Yeah, I'll do it like 3 or 4 nights in a row when I'm doing the measurement, and then I won't do it for a month or 2. So spacing between the therapies, and then I also
get the boner box.
Yeah, that's a good name.
Yeah. And then does this stuff apply to women?
It does. So the literature suggests that women also have nighttime erections. It's just very hard to measure. It's a very difficult one to get at. So there's not as much evidence around nighttime erections for women. Although
the hell is
it's
this?
theorized that it's happening the same as men.
You know, that's interestingly, because I feel when I have a nighttime erection, I feel like a lot of times I wake up and it's like, it's a response to having to pee. Is that a thing, or is that just me?
I don't know. I'm not sure. They may coincide. Yeah, I mean, you remember when you were a kid, when you were 13, 14, like I was erect all the time. You know, like you're walking in between class, like you should be correct. And it's like, God damn it, my pants are bulging. I have to put my book over my pants because I'm embarrassed. But it just naturally happens in a time it goes down. So yeah, but I also did this electromagnetic, this focused shockwave therapy. So it's a little device. It's used for whole body. So it fires these acoustical waves into the body. It's used for like tendons, ligaments, all the joints in the body. It's also used for erectile dysfunction. So while I don't have erectile dysfunction, my scores are all perfect. We theorize if it's helpful for ED in some people, let's try it for the therapy enhancement. So we gave it a go, and we did see an improvement in nighttime erections. I'm not yet at an 18-year-old level. We're not sure if any therapeutic well, progress, but it's been hard work.
So you say you have a perfect score on sexual wellness. Is that something you bring up on the first date or no? Listen, I want to tell you about the run. The erection page. Thank you. Anyway, let's keep watching. Or no, we already did. So what is it that you're doing though? Because I saw you talking about putting injections in your skin. That doesn't seem like something that many people would be willing to do.
Yeah, we were looking at, we were trying to create the most quantified penis ever. And so we said, look at all the evidence. We said, what is every single test we can do to quantify the function of my penis? We said we can do nighttime erection. We can look at penile blood flow. So when you get erect, you've got a certain flow rate of blood in your penis. And so the injection was looking using ultrasound with an erect penis to look at blood flow, and you can age for that. As you age, you have less blood flow in the penis. So by having that measurement protocol, you're seeing if there's improvement. And it's also a marker. You're looking at focused shockwave therapy to see if that's improving, because focused shockwave therapy is supposed to improve those kinds of characteristics. And then I was doing the maximum urine flow, maximum pee, and we did ultrasound, prostate, the bladder. We just got a new technology coming in this week, looking at the tip of the shaft sensitivity, so we can measure that.
Hold the phone. How do you measure that?
Yeah, we just found this guy. He has this device. It's a device. We just talked about it this week. It's used to measure sensitivity on the body. A penis is one application. So we're going to use that on the tip to quantify sensitivity, which is another. Like, for example, we measured my nerve sensitivity in my hills, and I've got 3.5 meters of sensitivity. You bring 2 points, and you start very narrow, and you get larger and larger. And as you age, you get less sensitive. So like an 80 or 90-year-old, like they'd have sensitivity, like an inch or 2 or 3, I forget what the number is. But young people have a sensitivity, and your nerves just decay. And so my nerve sensitivity had actually improved since starting Blueprint. I think my age mark was like 22 or something like that. So yeah, we're looking at basically degradation of the nerves throughout the body from sexual function to feet.
And what is the significance of pee strength? I'll admit, my pee strength is not what it used to be, and I'll tell you, we have young boys, and seeing them pee has reminded me of what we used to have.
Because y'all like, remember, like, being in elementary school, you would stand, like, 20 feet back from the fucking urinal and slam it in there every time. And I don't have that strength like I did, Brian.
Exactly.
So what do we do? Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the cool thing. I mean...
But why is that important?
Because the body degrades across all systems over time. And we're trying to demonstrate that you can isolate these systems with robust measurement. You can look at scientific evidence and reverse it. Let's just be honest, like, we want to all be kids sitting back 5 feet and having peeing contests. That's fun. And the older you get, you can't do it anymore, and it kind of sucks.
Right.
And so I realize that what I do appears to be ridiculous. Like, I'm fully self-aware of the entire situation. Also, like, it sucks to get old, and it sucks when these things degrade. And so we're really trying to demonstrate that you can do something about age, to slow it down, and even reverse it.
Here is another one that I want to ask you about. This has been going around, the whole the blood of your son. You guys have like a blood waterfall going on where your son is putting his blood in you and you're putting your blood in your dad, and everybody's getting younger somehow. Your son's the only one, frankly, who needs blood. We need to get him some baby blood.
Did you see the results that my dad had?
I did. I saw that. You had mentioned that it had a significant positive impact on your dad.
Yeah, lowered his speed of aging by 25 years. He went from aging at the pace of a 71-year-old to the age of to the speed of a 46-year-old.
And has that measurement continued to stay around?
Yeah, we did 3 measurements before the therapy. This is using DNA methylation patterns. And we did 3 measurements after the therapy. The last one, 6 months post-therapy, the effect is still persistent. And
just from the blood? Do you think there was anything else going on, or just because you got that blood? And by the way, how much can I buy some of that?
Yeah, there's 2 things. One is he had 600 milliliters of his plasma removed, and then 1 liter of my plasma infused. So it's not clear, was the effect due to him removing his stuff, or infusing my stuff, or both, up to some combo.
Well, people lose lots of blood all the time.
Do you need to do that regularly? Give him blood?
You do. So we just did it once. Yeah, and the thing is, we just did it one time, and we wanted to see if it would work. But like, my dad's 70 years old. He works in law, and he was telling me that he did a brief, and then he left his desk, went back to his desk, and it was a jumbled mess.
Claire, hey.
He became so shocked because he was unaware that his mind was a jumbled mess. It was basically his loss of cognitive capacity was invisible to him, and he became terrified. He called me and he's like, "Hey, I need to tell you something. This is very alarming." And I said, "Okay, Dad, we're talking about these plasma things this week as a team. I've been doing a few of these. I'd be happy to do this with you." And so it was such a special moment for my dad is trying to hang on to his cognitive existence. And if you ask him about how he's felt post the infusion, he'll report it's changed his life. He just feels different.
So I wonder how can you possibly extend that to a wider populace?
You're done, Samson.
Get away from me, you whack.
No remorse? Not a bit?
None whatsoever.
Selling that out.
Yeah, the cool thing is there's several companies working on the technology
Think you leave
that
her
would
alive,
make this
asswipe?
possible without other
This your new driver? I'd get out while I could if I were you. Claire can't seem to keep her partners alive for long. Truth is, Dean was as shit a husband as he was a driver. Head swelled lots larger than he could manage, and he paid for it.
Basically,
face the facts. I didn't kill him. His ego did.
From blood, and you're just working
You're
with
a
the
waste
plasma.
of organic
Basically,
matter,
those things
Samson.
in the plasma that potentially cause the effect, and/or removing the stuff in the plasma that causes the effect. Both are options. And so this is what I'm saying. Why it's such an exciting time to live. Is these things are in process. They're very close, and we are going to be able to dramatically slow our aging and reverse it in ways that probably bend our imagination right now. It's so close.
That's very interesting. Here's the video of you and your son.
How old is your son?
He's 18 now.
Very young. And has his blood benefited you?
Hold on!
We couldn't identify a difference in my blood, or in my markers. So if it did have a positive effect, we haven't been able to identify it yet. It's possible, though, that my markers are so close to my son's right now that maybe just not. Maybe not enough of a difference, whereas like compare my dad's markers to mine, there's such a big difference that it's sensible that there was a change.
So if your son gave your dad blood, would it have theoretically a stronger effect?
I mean, that's the thing, my son's blood and mine are about the same. Yeah, like if you look at various markers, I don't know, maybe.
But it seems like how the blood transfusion thing seems like, I'm surprised that this hasn't been observed before, because people are donating and receiving blood all the time for centuries, right?
Yeah, it's pretty recent literature. I mean, it was shown in animals first, but there are, I think it's fair that just in recent humans, there's some interesting clinical trials going on around Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. But yeah, it's definitely,
they're experimenting with treating Alzheimer's and Parkinson's with blood transfusion.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I brought my dad in, because there's some encouraging evidence on it. It's not conclusive yet, it's still in emergent space, so it's really experimental therapy. But it's like we saw it in my dad, and my dad has experienced the benefits.
That's interesting. And that would be amazing if that became like a lot. Like here, let me get a load of this here.
That's cool.
Is your dad?
Yeah, he was reconciliation. Yeah, he had to pull himself apart. And so when he started that process, and he was able to look at me and say, I can, it was not an act of cruelty, not misjudgment, lack of character. And so that has resulted in what I see as the kind of unification where we get each other,
You're the three of you guys are. Is it your only son?
I have two of the children. I have two sons, and 2 boys and a girl.
Is this the only guy who's willing to get involved in the shenanigans?
He was the military, but yeah, that's good.
Here is some photos we grabbed. Don't die. What do we do about it?
Yeah. So if you take stock of this moment where artificial intelligence is improving at a speed that we can't understand so fast that we can't understand it, and we've got potential climate collapse of some sort, and we humans are dangerously at each other's throats.
Our salmon, he's pulling
What
on.
as a species do we do?
Don't let him slip away.
How do we solve problems before they ruin existence? And I thought about this question for years. And when you look out in the world,
Take the wind out of his sails.
In the world are actually helpful.
Get on his
Ask
butt.
citizens what they think. Are they going to offer anything helpful? No. And we turn to capitalism and have that solve our problem? Not really. Same with socialism. Same with, so like, you look how the world's saying, who has a framework to help us think how to practically solve day-to-day problems on how we not destroy ourselves? And don't die is the philosophy I came up with. Zero is called zeroism. Like a practical and holistic perspective on how do we as a species survive ourselves and build an amazing future.
Well, one of my questions for you is that,
life,
are you sure that living longer is going to be
Please
better?
don't. I didn't do anything.
A lot of times, especially in information society,
Is that so?
we are progressing
Hey,
so
no,
quickly.
please, don't let her do this. Claire, I beg you.
Change only happens in our society.
What the fuck do you want? I didn't kill Dean.
Zip your
the new
trap.
ideas
He
are
got
about to
himself
become
killed for
mainstream.
fuck's sakes. Please let me go.
And so
Way
I
out of
wonder if this is a good thing. People living to 200 years old or something, or whatever it is.
Time
you
to
imagine
die,
that we could be living
asshole.
Wait,
Here's a
no.
different way of thinking about
Your
it.
husband wasn't the saint
Don't
you
Die
think.
is the most played game out of anything in existence by everyone in the world every second of the day. There's no game more people play. So like in this moment, the three of us are playing Don't Die. We breathe every few seconds to make sure we have enough oxygen. If anything were to threaten our life, we would immediately stop this conversation and protect our lives.
Let's get out of
We
here,
look both ways before we cross the street. We throw out moldy foods. We are omnipresent concerned about not dying. And we just simply, as a society, we've gotten a lot better at not dying. Our life expectancies are double what they used to be. The future is just simply getting really, really, really good at not dying.
Guess so.
And that's what I've done in Blueprint, is I basically, as being the most measured person in history,
why?
we have figured out all the way, not figured out, we have identified as many ways as we can, all the ways I die on a minute-to-minute basis, and we then try to reduce those. And so that's what it's about, is playing the same game we're all playing right now. And like right now, it's not we don't want to die. Like, no one wants to die. I mean, that's not true.
Not gonna race
people don't want to die, really.
Ever.
Well, so
Ever.
what is the life
That was something we had. Something Dean and I shared. I just needed you to get Samson.
With these methods you're working on now, short of immortality, of course.
Yeah.
Which you seem to be potentially convinced of.
This is the thing. I am the equivalent of Homo erectus. I am a caveman. I have nothing intelligent to say about the future. See, that's the thing, is if you really understand where artificial intelligence is at, it invokes a humility that we are primitive. We have no idea what's coming. And that's why the don't die is the only thing I know in existence is don't die. And the philosophy is applicable to, the health of our planet matters. Like, we need a stable biosphere to support life on this planet. And right now, we're not doing a great job. And Blueprint is equally as applicable to the planet. Just replace my body with the Earth, and the same process applies. You measure Earth with millions of measurements. You look at the scientific evidence to say, what does a healthy ocean look like? What's healthy soil? What's a healthy biosphere? What's healthy air? You implement the protocols, and then you do it again and again. But we treat planet Earth just like we treat our bodies. We have the exact same relationship with both entities. And people don't realize that this is what I'm trying to do. This is about individual health, yes, but it's about don't die individually, don't kill each other, don't kill the planet, and align AI with don't die. It is the only philosophy that is relevant in this moment in time.
So say some tech came around that was like revolutionary to the point of saying basically, we found a way for cells to self-duplicate perfectly, and the aging process is just, it stopped. We don't age anymore. Do you think that that's something ethical and worth pursuing, that kind of technology?
Oftentimes, the problems we think about in society don't end up being the problems that actually we care about. So an example of this is in early 1900s New York, horse manure was the biggest problem there, because horse was the primary mode of transportation. Manure was everywhere. It was in the Hudson River. It caused disease. They couldn't eliminate it fast enough. And so the world was coming to an end, and they couldn't solve the problem. And then Henry Ford made the Model T, and the car made horses irrelevant. So the manure problem went away. So what they thought was an existential problem wasn't, in fact, the existential problem. Now, the car created other problems. The real problem. And right now, I'm not sure if we know what the real problems are. I hear your question. If we can take 2023 ethics and morals and apply it to a certain question. To me, it's just like looking backwards. We're not really mapping.
Is it possible to know that you're avoiding somehow it seems like you justified in your mind avoiding thinking about the difficult side, the difficult effects to grapple with of what these long/immortal lives mean for humanity in the world. Because I do think, we can say like, yeah, the future is unknown and we're insignificant, but at the same time, it is, I think, important and very possible to, to muse on it, to think about the importance of it. I mean, you could say the same about AI. We don't know where AI is going, but we sure do need to be having conversations about the future, what it might look like, and how to, prevent or encourage certain outcomes.
Yeah. 99% of what we say on a daily basis, we are regurgitating opinions, perspectives, and viewpoints of the current zeitgeist. To say something truly novel takes tremendous effort. And so I can whip up words and speculate about this or that. It's meaningless. My refusal to answer the question is actually more valuable, because what I'm trying to do is I'm acknowledging I am an absolute primitive creature relative to the intelligence horizon. And the future of intelligence is not knowing. We humans have answers for everything. We want to run our mouths at every moment for every little thing. And for us to admit that we don't know is the most uncomfortable thing in the entire world. But that's the future of our existence, is that we don't know. And so if you look back at it like 20, 30 years ago, even like 500 years ago, you used to look at the past and look at the future and say, you know what? I have a pretty good idea what's going to happen. I'm going to go to school. I'm going to learn this thing. I'm going to have a career in this thing. I'm going to have a few kids. Right now, you cannot model out 12 months ago. Never in the history of humanity has the future been a wall of fog. That is the case right now. We do not know. And so I'd rather lean to the do not know than run my mouth and say something that parrots existing zeitgeist, because it's just the past. Like, these are ideas of dead people. I'd rather look forward and see if I can figure out something novel and interesting.
People are asking if you have thoughts on telomere. Telomeres. I don't even know what that is.
It's extending telomeres is currently, if I'm not mistaken, the #1 lifespan study ever. And so I just did my first gene therapy. It was ranked number 7 as the best ever done. Had evidence of over a 30% lifespan increase in mice. So which we do take some of those studies and do translation to human.
Do you use these medicines, or I guess are they not applicable yet, available to?
Well, yeah, the gene therapy I did is on a protein called follistatin, and if you Google follistatin cow or follistatin dog, you'll see that they're this incredibly muscled animal. So it's like people associate this with bodybuilding, but it has all of the kinds of benefit effects. So yes, I think that telomere gene therapy will be accessible in the next 18 to 24 months, and it could dramatically change the landscape of aging. So I think the person who asked the question is spot on. It's like that's a really good area to focus on.
What is the treatment? What does it do?
The therapy I did is it's delivered via a plasmid, and so basically I got 2 injections on each side of my stomach, and it just inserted some stuff inside my cell, and it produces more of this protein, follistatin. And by having higher levels, so I did this injection 14 days later, I measured my levels, and it increased by 160%. So the therapy worked in terms of increasing my levels. And it's the most powerful therapy we've done to date. And what's cool about it is we've been trying to do gene therapy for the past 2 years, but we haven't done it because we've never found one that's safe enough. Because you do gene therapy and you can't turn it off. So if it starts running away and you want to stop it, you can't stop it. And that can lead to cancer. And so this one has an off switch, a kill switch. So if you don't like the situation, you can just kill it with tetracycline. And so these new gene therapies, this is what I'm talking about, is like deprived life is just increasing, pretty challenging. So, yeah, I hope this conversation actually, if it did anything, I hope it encourages you to invest in your health, just at a minimum, because it improves the quality of your life.
There it is. Yeah, sleep, guys. Don't sleep on sleep, they say. But I'll tell you, I appreciate you calling in. I think you're a super interesting dude, and I appreciate very much that you're that you have like a good attitude about everything and all the the trolls online and stuff, and that you're self-aware and playful with it. I think that's the perfect way to deal with all this stuff. But I think you're onto something really exciting, and I will continue to follow as I have been.
Yeah, thanks guys for having me. This was fun.
Cool. Thank you so much. And maybe we'll talk again soon. Cool. And we'll touch back every 10 years until one of us dies. All right. Bye, Brian. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Interesting fella.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. He's good. I like his whole thing, you know what I mean? Rich people, they can just sit up in their towers, but I feel like, he is trying to do something, obviously self-serving, but it does have benefits to everybody, I think, potentially. There it is, Brian.
He did sidestep that question that you asked at the end. I thought was a really good one, and
I
didn't have a good answer.
Do you think that I was right? And
I think that's a real concern. Absolutely. Yeah.
He just all of a sudden can't think about it.
I think that answer came up too much. Of like, it's almost like, well, I can't tell what will be in the future, so nothing matters.
Well, I understand where he's coming from.
Too,
however, the idea of an AI revolution creating like a perfect communistic classless society is pretty much zero. The more likely outcome is that it's going to make rich people richer and more powerful.
And harder to catch up, like you said. Like run away with that certain class of people.
What can you do with what it is? But yeah, really cool.
And the one thing about the around it is literally
he will give you a pass.
But most people have some
I mean, I can't just get to bed and fall asleep though. I'm not I mean, but it's like you said, maybe we would practice together. Definitely every night. Hey, Brian, I want to sleep.
Back up now!
Any thoughts?
I'm also getting like I don't think he's forming it. As
far as I know, I was looking at his basement, but as far as we know, Avery Mega Oscar says one thing I gives me Fortnite. We need Super Fortnite. As long as my brain is zapped into Fortnite, we're good.
I had one other thought that kept me like in life right now seems too difficult. There's one where I wouldn't care that much to try to do everything that he does. And I think to make something really revolutionary, it needs to be like easy and like the way it's happening is like just see your game and it changes your life.
Right.
I think real progress will be when it's like that easy and you don't have to put so much effort and like change your whole life meaning.
I think I don't know. What I was getting is that there's a lot of little things that contribute, but it seems like there's a few big things that make all the difference. I don't know what this experimental medicine coming up is, but that sounds really incredible potential. Seems like a nice guy though. We like Brian. Brian's here on the Industry Podcast. Love all Brian.
All clear.
Except Brian Singer. We do not like Brian Singer. Alright, we gotta thank our sponsors and then we will get into the
And I have a surprise for you.
Is it Man Bros? Is it Man Brother?
Let's do the ad read and I'll bust it out.
Is it?
What kind of surprise? It's not a surprise.
You're not saying no. You're not saying no.
But is it? I cannot confirm or deny anything.
Go
I'm so hard.
I want Ambrose.
I wanted chocolate right before the show. I was like looking for chocolate
Dan,
everywhere.
you was begging for chocolate, Dan. You didn't.
What the?
Okay, would you like the surprise now?
An uninvited guest.
First. I
don't know who you are, but I know you're making a very, very big mistake.
I am such a huge fan of these guys.
You fucked up.
First of all, thank you for
Bad.
supporting us.
Girl was poor, so you figured even the junkie on the corner wouldn't give two shits.
During
Slow
this holiday
down!
season.
What do you mean? What girl?
The one whose blood was all over your limo?
Oh, that! Whew. I thought one of my competitors sent you. Look, this is all some gonk misunderstanding. I'm insured for accidents. Compensation's already been paid out. Case closed. And as for this job of yours, I'm sure we can come to some kind of professional understanding.
Let me see here. Let me pull one of these videos. Maybe you've heard of him, Gordon Ramses. Ramses III. It's like this really cool technology where there's like hexagonal shape in the can, and it's non-stick. Even cooking, it doesn't scratch. It's a scratch-proof. And so far, I've been using that thing for over a year now. No, it's perfectly.
Same here.
The thing, right? It's crazy.
Once you clean it, it's like a brand new.
I've never owned a pan like that. We bought nice stuff before, but this one looks brand new after a year of frequent use. It is really quite something. I got a whole bunch of them. I've been doling it out to my family, and everybody loving it. Everybody wants more. It's hex clad. It's all happening. Great gift. An incredible gift. This holiday season, but yeah, if you guys are in the market for some pans, one that's gonna last you long time, consider going with Hexclad. Find your forever cookware at Hexclad and get 10% off at hexclad.com/h3. Yes, sir. That's hexclad.com/h3. And, listen, if it's good enough for Gordon, it's good enough for me. You know what I'm saying? As long as you're not cooking any grilled cheese in it. But anyway, thank you so much, Hexclad. Love you. And thank you for sponsoring us. Please consider supporting. Thank you. Love Hexclad. Sure do. We are a Hexclad family. Thank you to Game Subs. Gamer Subs. This is like Chumbo. Flavor spicy margarita, but we call it Sigma Brain. Don't think it's spicy though. When I say spicy, it's not spicy at all.
No.
It's just a fun little sensation.
Survive.
Yeah, but it's a perfect nice lemon, lime, perfect balance of citrus. Tell you what, sugar-free, caffeinated, and super hydrating. This is the ultimate drink. they're running some pretty cool stuff here. Let's see. GamerSub is launching our new Wi-Fi hub. Heaven is hell. With matching hoodie and sweatpants. Oh my goodness. I don't think I can show you guys the photos because they're very graphic. Right? I mean, I don't. Here, I'll show you like that's a lot. Really, we can't show that? You don't think so? No, I don't know about the wrist, man. That one's whatever. Oh, hold on. There's one with like some big ass anime titties. Basically. Yeah. And big ass titties. Big anime titties. So they're giving away. Or no, they've got the new hoodie and cups. They're also running a deal here. You get items for free. The deal's new staff. Here's the tier. $30 free sticker pack. $50 free set of gaming sleeves. Gaming
That's para que te cargue la verga.
It's just to make sure you have a straight wrist.
Wait for right up. That's my guess. Oh, let's look it up. I'm not sure.
I think it just looks cool.
I thought I was thinking just Epic Gamer.
I think it does have some kind of purpose.
Because you really do fuck your wrist up if you play a lot of games. I have massive wrist issues.
Let's get those gamer sleeves on, people. Be the ultimate gamer. Always use protection. $75 you get a free shirt. $100 you get a free Guardian Angel Y2 jug. And those aren't the only jugs. And $150 you get a free sweater. And if you spend $150 you get all that stuff. Wow, basically for free, yeah. But we were in the lab, we calculated the perfect flavor. We went back and forth for a long time to come up with Sigma brand. So I hope you guys will enjoy it. Give it a try. I'm pretty sure you will love it. Go to gamersubs.gg and use the code H3 to get 10% off your first order. That is gamersubs.gg. Use the code H3 to get 10% off your first order. Thank you. No, 10% off your order, period. I don't think it even needs to be your first one. Code H3 to get 10% off your order. Yeah, any order. There it is. Bob's your uncle. Alright, everybody. Thank you to our sponsors. Please consider supporting them. Thank you. Okay, well, Dan's going to do his surprise.
You know, she needs to be here for it.
Alright, he was running to the bathroom.
Here, 1 second. There's another surprise for you right now. We can do in the meantime. Here we go.
It's my boy. It's Gabe. How's it going? Looking good, huh? Sipping on some sody?
Today's my cheat day, baby. Today's my cheat day.
Oh, I love the cheat day. Are you at? Don't dox him.
Well, he's not anyways.
What do you mean? I'm having a slice of pizza. That's my cheat day, baby.
Nice. How many slices are you gonna kick down?
Just one.
Wow, that is so responsible. Just that one slice, that's impressive. That's not easy to do. That's awesome, man. And is that a full-bodied cola or is that a Diet Cola?
Diet Cola.
That's you're doing great. You're killing it.
Appreciate the love and support.
Of course, always, buddy. Are we gonna see you at the live show? You'll be there, right?
Sure.
Yeah. We have a fun gag planned for us. I don't know if you can read a fun gag.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be fun. It's gonna be really fun. Gonna make a jump to my back real fast. Okay, nice to see you. Any plans this weekend?
I'm going to my cousin's party, and then I'm having my Taylor Friday show.
Ah, nice. Very good.
My red suit, baby.
Hell yeah. Well,
When I was with the family,
don't think we know that?
Next Friday before
Maybe
that, but
first we could.
but
always nice to hear from you. Enjoy your cheap, Dylan. We love you. We love your beautiful face. You're doing so well. We're all very happy.
Thank you. With all my love was before you guys did, I made it through. Many more days to come.
Go by now!
Alright, Gabe, we'll talk to you soon. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Go, motherfuckers, go!
Mostly the ones that can't stand people like
Oh shit, I take it back.
Okay. Somebody messed up.
Somebody.
Yes.
Who did that?
Who did that?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was all in the bag. That's why I just grabbed the bag and this was sitting over there.
Man, you look suspicious. I'm hungry. Give me one right now. I don't care who did that.
Well, okay, to be fair, it does appear to be sealed, so unless they did
go in there if I were you.
Sealed. Yeah. Somebody was digging through. Somebody was rustling.
It just probably took a little look.
Wow. What's in the bag? I don't know who would do that.
This is one of my favorite things they've made. Wow. This is so good. You guys are good. Peppermint and holy fuck.
Wow. It's so good. I believe that he told me those will be available next Monday. They're dropping the praline or whatever it was you just said. Peppermint.
Oh my.
And there's like an almond thing in there too, right?
Fuck you, long, huh? So when hey, heads off, you dirty ass punk.
This is the other one. At least I had two. They're both the same food.
It's like after 8.
Yeah. This is why we do what we do. This is why I wake up. Let's try something. I feel like I only ever want to eat. I don't want to try one, but I'll die if I eat the chocolate I want.
Oh, hit it. Don't do it to me.
Hey, Brian Johnson, this is
know what, Brian? Who wants to live forever? Who wants to live forever? I got the gold one.
So true.
I mean, if rich people started living forever, that would not be a net good.
A nightmare. Nightmare.
Look, how many of the younger generation is like, I just want the old people to die?
I thought that was a really good question.
Thank you.
How many of the younger generation just like, I want a house?
Yeah. Right. Let's focus on that. You should find that forever if you're, well, more time to save.
I did kind of want to ask it, but you asked a similar question, so it felt a little redundant, but, there is, like, a huge body of thought and philosophy and religion on the concept of death and, oftentimes sort of coming to a conclusion that death is something that actually gives meaning to a human's life. And there's so much, like, fiction and non-fiction, but so many stories are about the curse of immortality. Like, it's like a monkey's paw's wish to live forever and everything. And I wonder if he's like that. That's just cool. I wonder if that's kind of like his attitude.
He doesn't think he's living forever, though. I found him interesting. He would, like, if he was like 200.
Yeah, I mean, he seems somewhat like, that's why I say he's realistic. Maybe not necessarily the right word, but he seems to hedge what he's saying a little bit, and maybe not forever, but I start with just extending our lives to 200 or something.
I did get a feeling that he's very well trained already on what to say and what not to say.
Yeah, I'm sure he's a smart question.
One of the great themes of mythology.
Yes, you have something.
That's so much heartbreak than that in that living forever.
Honestly,
how many times can you get your purpose?
That's perfect. Making dogs
that's maybe they're more deserving of immortality.
Yeah.
Whatever we inject in us, we can just inject in our doggies. Oh, hold on. A new challenger enters. Lola Road says, I own a vegan bakery called Chocolate and the Chip. How do I get all kinds of edible cookie dough? How can I get you guys cookies and edible cookie dough?
Yeah. Half this trash is older than me. Gone that.
Oh, Chocolate and the Chip. Reach out, and I want your chocolate.
You hear me, pendejo?
Yeah.
Open door. Open door.
We are hungry all
Loving is not. I just think the questions.
The sandwich place doesn't deliver here.
An explosion of shade.
I remember about
I know. Right answer is
man. What America? Are they closed on like every Friday?
I'm getting huge.
Oh yeah, he was getting big. There's a baby.
There's a baby in there.
really big.
Alright, let's move on. We got a scooter baby. New Scoot. Who's this? What do you suppose the story is here? What was the plan?
Goal here?
Go ahead, yeah. So it's a stormy day out there, wherever they are. And here he is, Captain Ahab, weathering the storm. This guy bailed when he saw him fall. He's like, I'm running.
I don't think he was going to.
No, he wasn't. He said I want him away. Because he's piecing out. And then he's like, oh, we're done. So, what is happening? It's a super high tide. These look like stairs that go to the beach usually. Yeah. He's on, I think, what is usually some kind of catwalk, walking path. He has a partner, a scooter partner in back.
That floor is already wet, though. You can let the water reach there.
Certainly, yes. Who's this in back? Is this another mobility spec?
Oh, yeah.
But like, also, he could easily make them bigger. Also, why did he stop? Look, he stops. Or is he washed out to sea and we haven't heard from him? I don't know. I'm sure he's starting. Rumor is he was washed out. He grew up.
He's weird long
He's a 50-year-old man. Keemstar is back in the news. You guys know I love to talk about her. Let's see. He's now doing boomer conservative takes about rainbows in Fortnite are apparently pissing him off. This is a wild tweet.
Wait, isn't that a Lego set?
Yeah, there's a collab now. Lego.
Oh, okay.
So he goes, what is this Fortnite? Well, it's not. Okay, it is Fortnite. Nah, what is this Fortnite? Here it is. Ah, the rainbow! What's happening? I'm turning gay. My kids are turning gay. Turn it off. Fortnite, what are you doing? What's the agenda? The Jews have clearly put this in Fortnite to turn our children gay. That's the I'm not. There's a reader's note. This is the Everyone is Awesome Lego set released in 2021, but it's not even recent.
It's an older Lego set, but it's just put in Fortnite now.
So it was a Pride Month celebration.
Yeah.
What does it mean that's in Fortnite?
Fortnite sent everything down.
But what does that mean? It just sits here in the map like this.
Oh, someone probably just built it. They admit Lego.
Oh, someone just built this.
Yeah.
So it's not even Fortnite.
No, it's in Fortnite, but I think it's just previewing the new Lego. Yeah, just collab. Like they were showing a bunch of different themes for the opening trailer.
Hey.
Look, Fee, it's you and then...
I guess so. Shit. Gotta hit the button. Will that make me ungay? No.
Fortnite capability, I'm gonna
Keemstar is also really out there on the internet, reinventing himself. Is this the perfect controller? Laughing
What about the exclamation?
I'm just saying, it's just that you've noticed this, right? This has become like every clickbait post has to have the double red emoji exclamation mark. There's a bunch of accounts that do it. Part of the language of the internet now. Like, I'm being dumb and obnoxious.
And we don't like it.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I hate making a problem. People are reacting to my messages in Discord with it right now. Stop! Stop!
Why?
Your attention.
I want it.
I like it.
I don't mind.
They are emphasizing this suggestion. Do you want to comment on that?
Say what?
Thoughts on...
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, what you guys said is fine. I meant to see
It's a change. Alrighty.
What did you say, love?
I said button.
Button?
Because you said the name of the...
Oh, no, there's a billion of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Just saying.
Just saying. I want to get something that's not super dirty, but also tasty.
I do feel like it's going to be so hard to eat their stuff on the show.
God.
Well, it could arrive right at the end. It probably will at this rate.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. It's just, this is for the good old folks who don't care about nothing. I can build a sandwich. What is that? I wonder what that's like.
What a concept.
Wait, that's a lot of power. Hold on. Now they're all together.
Just like
I'm gonna make my own sandwich. What's the
fantastic?
The bread that's good, is it ciabatta?
It is.
We love ciabatta. We love ciabatta. We want cheese.
All their sandwiches are so meat heavy.
Right, yeah, that's true. They have a good caprese, mozzarella caprese. Vegan banh is so good.
Weird one here. I'm getting the shibby shibby. It's a ciabatta. Let's see, I want cilantro. Oh, I'm doing it here. That's not how it works. Wait, I am logged into something though. I wonder if it does name account.
Somebody's already doing the order. You gotta just.
But it'll consolidate for both logged in. That's God.
I know. Speaker change my camera.
So who's taking the order? Oh, here, let me dictate what this is. And you guys can gauge this because this is a super wild card. Damn. Starting with shaved roast chicken breast. Red choice, ciabatta. Red prep. Toasted. Cheese. Cotija cheese. It's fucking crazy. Do you want accents? Herb aioli. Give me an accent on that. Maybe. And after that, it'll be a little. Would you like fruits or veggies? I want cilantro. I want pickled onions.
Oh, that's it! This is you!
Pickled onions. I fucked with pickled onions first. Okay, and then 2 red onions. And pickled onions. That's too much. Red onions. And spinach. Premium add-ons. None. That's my sandwich. This is not that crazy.
Maybe it's switching the cheese.
I don't know what am I taking a risk with that? But I usually like it when it comes. What does it look like? It's like kind of a powder.
It's kind of crumbly, yeah. I'll agree.
Find out.
Find out.
I'll fuck for it. Alright. Not ready to see the truth. Oh, I'm ready to see it.
Chances are, save.
They're about to turn on everything. He's dedicated. He's faking it.
Sure enough, Charles and my mother were completed. We lost the biggest condo on motorcycle last year. The rag left. I must have been smoking beggar right outside the police department just minutes after a press conference about it. You got busted. I guess I give a fuck.
He does it. Wow.
Whoa.
Well, he is. It sounds like he is disabled physically.
Yeah. Right.
I don't think it's kosher to do the other shit.
No.
The other part of this shit is the.
Yeah, I'm really good at it, really good. I clear about $100,000 a year doing this.
Yeah. Whoa. Does he pay tax on that, I wonder?
Yeah, about 60 to 100.
The 30-year-old said he's from Austin, Texas.
When the IRS comes asking questions, use their voice.
How do you report that income? I mean, you gotta report it.
It's all cash, isn't it?
Yeah, but like.
Yeah, no, I know.
There's a
He's kind of out of
discrepancy.
himself a little bit.
There's a discrepancy in his how he lives his life. Puts it in the bank. You know, we need answers here, fella.
Vincent has done the same thing there. He also says he's got a degree in speech-language pathology. He's combined that training with his wheelchair and found that
Using his training for hear that? No,
Speech therapy.
just like that.
Please, boy, on this plane. I gotta go, y'all. I gotta make some. Oh, come
He's back at it again.
I gotta say, that is pretty interesting. I mean, I guess that's probably the best way to respond. Instead of trying to, like, run away in the wheelchair and then having a chase scene and all that. They got me.
Yeah, he ended up going to jail.
Oh!
And yeah, he ended up...
Related?
So it says for panhandling. I mean, what is that?
Go to just begging on the street. That's jail for panhandling?
Let me see. Yeah, I just saw this update right now. But yeah, he went to jail and then he got out. I'll find out the reason why. But he ended up doing it again.
Panhandling goes to jail?
All he knows.
That can't be right. We were locking up panhandlers? Fuck me.
Where does he live? What state?
Kentucky.
Kentucky. Panhandling.
You don't think kindly to poor folk around here, boy.
Okay, here. Charged with criminal trespassing, soliciting unlawful compensation, disorderly conduct,
That one
and
makes more
resisting
sense.
arrest.
Unlawful compensation.
Hell of a lot more sense.
Resisting arrest? Jeez, what'd you do, dude? But I don't trust the police. Fuck the police. Don't trust the police. How's a dude in a wheelchair resisting arrest? Give me a break. That's a bullshit charge. They slapped that on our boy.
I don't know. You see how scooters could go.
Scooters have an engine. You could do manslaughter in a scooter. You know? Hey, cat, brother. Here is a Nook has competition, and you'll never guess who it is. It's Vin Diesel. Check it out. Vin Diesel is competing. Oh, that was not Vin Diesel.
I'm the way my tray to get running way. It's me, it's only my dream. I could be somebody, nation, red Christmas. To carry my heart.
I love that.
I like it.
Wow.
He has a nice rasp.
I want them to duet. That would be special and powerful.
Maybe it's cold outside. That would be really something.
Wow. You know, Anook's probably sang this before, right, Zach? We might be able to do a mashup.
George Michael, right?
I I mean, if it's Christmas related, the man sung it.
Yeah, he did it.
He did it, Zach.
Of course he did.
Can we get a mashup before the end of the episode?
God.
Or Cam can do that.
Yeah, can you send me the...
You on that, AB? Let's get him the sources here. And
Would you be surprised to learn that I fucking hate that song?
No way.
That Wham-Song?
I'd be more surprised to find out you liked it.
What happened, Dan? I'm gonna break your heart on Christmas. Oh my god, it's just the most annoying Christmas song ever. Well, no, actually, the Paul McCartney one is worse.
No, it's not. I love that song.
Oh my god, that is
Which one
the
is that?
worst.
He goes,
Simply having a wonderful Christmas.
da-da-da. Hold on, let me get the lyrics.
That's it.
That's an iconic. That's the only Christmas song I like, frankly.
God.
I think you can't dislike Paul McCartney. I don't care what.
I love Paul McCartney, and that is the worst song he ever made.
No, I've heard
Yes.
Christmas.
Yes.
The mood is right. The spirit's up. We're here tonight.
Yeah. Wait, you're missing the...
Cheers, this one.
Really obnoxious 80s synths. Like,
God, I can't remember the fucking...
the melody?
Yeah.
Oh, God. It's not there.
Yeah. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time.
Yes, he's got a bounce
Simply having a wonderful Christmas time.
It's fun.
The party's on. The feeling's here. Come on, Dan. It's Paul McCartney.
Get him with it. Give me chestnuts any day.
Listen, all I gotta say is we don't have any Hanukkah songs.
There's a couple, but
I'll
they're
take
not very
any
good.
of
Adam
Christmas
Sandler.
songs.
Yeah.
8 Crazy Nights, bro. Everybody get together. We're gonna put on 8 Crazy Nights.
Yeah.
I'll take all the Christmas playlists.
We do have the Nahava Nagila.
No.
That's not even Hanukkah themed, though.
All right, so Cam, you're on that mashup.
Yeah, I'm downloading it.
Awesome, thanks, brother. That's gonna be good.
And happy Hanukkah to everybody.
Oh yeah, it's Hanukkah.
Yeah.
It's actually so fun with the boys. We got a Christmas tree. We wrapped presents for them under the tree, so it's a little hybrid.
We're doing, hybrid holiday.
Just because it's fun.
We're just taking the fun elements from everything.
Yeah. That's nice. And so yesterday they opened the first present. It's so fun. It's so cute and fun.
Nice.
The Christmas tradition is pretty. It rules.
It's
So.
We did both in my house too.
You did?
I have the split parents, so
yeah.
Mom's family does Christmas, Dad's family does Hanukkah, so we always have both going on.
Yeah, I mean, we just light the menorah and then we go.
It's fun. I don't know, the holiday season here is so fun.
Yeah,
It's such a vibe.
Sure.
We don't have that.
Definitely. Well, here we actually have Smokey Robinson did a Hanukkah trivia.
I just saw that the other day.
Oh, you've seen this? Here, Smokey, go ahead, take it away.
wait. Is there volume? Turn it all the way.
Because they said so. God bless you, and enjoy Chinooka.
So, I was like, Smokey, you've been on this earth for long enough. You've never heard Hanukkah? Ever? Like, this man's been around. He's lived a life. He's not even in the music industry. I mean, my God, he certainly crossed paths with a lot of human people. Chinooka.
To be fair,
that is phonetic.
They don't make it very easy with the spelling thing, considering there's like 3 official spellings and stuff on there.
I agree. It's so annoying how it's done like
Because
that.
in Hebrew you say Hanukkah. But here you want to say that, so I feel like it's easier to just say Hanukkah and not even try with the C.
No, we don't skip that. No, we don't do that.
But
Hanukkah.
people from Israel probably think that's the way to spell it.
Right. I would say in America we say it with an H, like Hanukkah, Chanukah, Mayata Menorah, Chanukah, something like the hookah. Anyway, shout out Smokey. Shout out Smokey. Ben Shapiro's in the house. He's reading more provocative language lyrics. He's done it again. Why is he doing this again? Has to be done. You think he's baiting? Yes.
He mentioned that he's like, bro, you left this for watching this guy.
Whores in his house. There's some whores in his house. Listen, I don't think it even has to be left this, Ben. I mean, this is just good shit.
Happy to have it.
Look at this Logan Paul and Ben Shapiro, 10 million views. Simply having a wonderful Christmas time.
I can't live with myself reading it, and I can't live with myself not reading it. So, for all those who are watching this now, on the left, this is me reading the lyrics to...
This is coming from your own house, brother. Don't put this on us.
Pound Town, because it is the worst thing ever written, and it is hilariously bad, and I can't stop myself from laughing. Okay, you ready? Here we go.
He likes it.
I'm out of town.
He does like it.
With my round.
He's pretending. It's supposed to be over the... I've never seen the lyrics, but it's silly. It's supposed to be over the... Yes. It's fun. Yes. Ben. Fun. You ever heard of it? Dork?
Gee thing. My booty hole brown. We're now doing color descriptions of bodily orifices.
Okay, Ben, but the booty hole is brown. Unless you... Would you bleach your asshole, Ben?
I go around to brown holes.
Yeah, brown town. Rollo Tony Brown Town. Okay, you're so smart. At the door.
My booger is green. My earwax orange. True. But nothing rhymes with orange.
That's not true. Eminem taught me orange. Orange. Porridge. I had my orange porridge on the end.
Where's the N-words? I'm looking for the hose. Quit playing, N-word. Come and suck a toe.
That's funny, man.
Indeed.
And he knows
well
it.
Said, well said.
That's why it's just like, he can't even like pretend to be outraged.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is trying to get the clicks.
Well, look at the title. This song has 17 million views, and I'm disturbed.
He wants this to be me.
Exactly. That was a big hit for him when he did the Cardi B thing.
It's true.
That was epic, though.
Well, he's become aware. It's not working.
Right.
Well said. Pound Town just left Pound Town. With my N-word, he took a down. Yeah, that N-word. A down.
Yeah. Why are you bleeping, bro? How are we supposed to name this when you bleep in the good part?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that N-word. And it just continues along these lines. And then my favorite part of it...
Oh, yeah, that N-word is really good, Ben.
is where she actually opens applications for a stepfather for her child. That's my favorite part. It's where she like opens the resume up.
It's social commentary.
I'm out here in Miami. Again, remember, the NAACP has put a travel warning on Miami for black people. So I don't even know how she's living down here for. I just don't know, but obviously she didn't.
The NAACP has put a travel advisory for black people traveling to Miami.
Is that what he said?
That's the claim.
What year is it?
I don't know what he's trying to
I'm gonna look up what he's talking about.
Is this the Green Book? What's happening?
I'm out here in Miami. Again, remember, the NAACP has put a travel warning on Miami for black people. So I don't even know how she's living out.
Okay, here. The NAACP Board of Directors issued a formal travel advisory for the state of Florida. The travel advisory comes in direct response to Governor DeSantis' aggressive attempt to erase black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools. So it's the whole state. It's not just Miami.
Right, I guess that's what...
And I think it's just because it's not that serious. It just sounds like they're saying this is a bitch. Yeah. They're not wrong about that, man.
Right. They're right.
here, Laura. I just don't know. I mean, obviously she's in serious danger in Pound Town. Just, I'm out here in Miami looking for the hoochie daddies. Where they at? Where are the N-words? Get that rat. I'm playing with you. Shut up. The color of your people.
Nice. Yo, oh no, Elon Musk's upset, you guys. It's not good. Oh, wow. Yeah, Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Oh, yeah. He looks pissed.
Go fuck up you for. Me. Faithful. Money. Hip hop rap. Money. No money. No money. No money.
Oh, the Bob Iger takedown. Oh, holy shit, dude.
Wow.
That looked like real cash.
Fuck
Didn't
up
it?
you for.
Yeah. That looks like real money. So he's just rolling pretty heavy.
No money.
It's $300, right? No, it's his staff, bro. Look.
Money. No.
Looks like there's a pretty significant. Yeah, it's China. I don't think you can get. You want some authentic face? You know what I mean? Authentic face. I hear they sell this in you.
Go. Fuck up.
Yeah,
Protect your spine.
Well, our heart goes out to Elon Musk. Jay Shetty diss track dropped. Our boy answered the call. Yep. I promised him, I said, if you make this other diss track, I'll play it. This is from, Jay Dilla? Was it? Nope. Jay Dilla. Jay Dilla's a real, that's an established.
Hey, fun.
No, I don't know if you know, Jay Dilla, bro.
That's what we got going on over here.
Down that was
Fucking steady.
Jesus. I love him saying it's not right. They're trying to take ice necks and stuff. No, I don't think I'm contagious right now.
This can't be happening.
I've been like this for a week. I'm good now.
This past weekend, I feel solid now. We're just worried about the live show curse after last year.
Fuck, dude, I do not want to get
The power of positive thinking, everyone. We're all
Sounds like one of our family members just found out they have COVID. Not in our house, but we're it's the first. We gotta watch out for that.
every weekend we see her.
Should we see her last weekend?
She got sick on Wednesday.
We actually didn't.
That was the weekend we did one. They went to Disney. That must be where they got.
That'll do it.
Alright, Jay Shetty. Go ahead and take me through this Jay fella. Super talented musician. It's got proven Jay fella on YouTube. You know what it is. Let's hear it.
Keep the made call to the coast. That's tired of seeing steady on the news. As far as interviews, you get the pick and choose. We know you got the views from them pretty baby blues. Green brother hates either way we ain't amused. Never ever seen a monk in a pair of designer shoes. Riding a lot of weed, winning all of them streamies. Riding your magic carpet, someone get him a genie. I ain't racist, my best friend's from London. I know how Jack gets, so don't start with the assumptions. Yeah, you as cute as a button, little English muffin. Make me wanna come over and have some tea and crumpets. I looked around, there ain't a blemish on your name. I read Life of a Monk, I was hardly in it.
Hey, what's up?
Hope every one of your Gucci shirts gets stained. H to the family, you ain't fucking with the gang. Yo, Jay Shetty.
What's up?
We breaking no more streams, man. We all know the real award shows, the Steamies. True.
Yeah, downstairs.
You ain't winning that, though.
Hell no. You might.
H3, #1 podcast.
That's my boy. There's more.
Ethan made a call to the coons that he's tired of seeing Shetty on the news. As far as interviews, you get to pick and choose. We know you got the views from them pretty baby blues. Green, brown, and hazel, either way we ain't immune. Never ever seen a monk in a pair of designer shoes. You riding around a weenie, winning all of them streamies. Riding your magic carpet, someone get him a genie. I swear I ain't racist. My best friend's from London. I know how Jack gets, so don't start with the assumption.
Dude, that line is crazy. That was a wild. What does he mean, my best friend from London? What is that?
That's where he's from. He didn't follow.
Oh, I thought he was referring to the magic carpet as being like a racial.
He was.
Yeah. But then
he was preemptively.
But he's saying he's from London, so don't be. Yeah. But grew up in London.
Yeah, but he's
magic carpet anyways, so.
Right. It's Persian.
Yeah. Arabian. I mean, it's from Arabian Nights, so it's Arabian. But
it's. I was just like, yeah.
Anyway, it's not Asian. That's the point.
This dude's like, he's got his the defense for himself already in there for the song.
Pretty baby blues, green, brown, and hazel, either way we ain't. It's just I live through it.
It's just in here to show you. It's just.
Yeah. And shout out to Jay Bell.
I think it's also important context to mention that you asked for this on Monday. This was premiered on Monday.
He did on Monday?
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's nuts, dude. There it is, everyone go check out Jay Shetty Diss Track by your boy, Jay Villa.
Fellas!
Looking if there's anything else real fast at the top. I guess not. So we're looking good for Selena. We're clear to go for Selena. Yeah, thank you. Are you ready? So I'm somewhat aware of this. I saw some drama of it floating around. Selena started as a new boyfriend, Benny Blanco, right? And actually, interestingly, I know him because I follow him on TikTok. He's actually pretty fun. Yeah. He makes these videos where he shits on Charlie Puth that I like.
They're best.
Yeah, I think they're just
interesting. Selena is Charlie.
Now, he looks just like he's Jewish, I'm assuming, right?
I actually did my research on that part.
He's just,
you know what? I did see that he was Jewish, but the other day.
He's like the most wise looking ass, scruffy, little fucking Jewish looking dude you can never imagine.
Jewish, native of Northern Virginia.
But he pulled Selena. I mean, he's a mega talent though, very successful.
Very successful.
And very funny. So with that being said, Selena, baby, bite your tongue challenge. Go ahead, Olivia.
So what's the problem? This all sounds great so far.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll get into it. So, Miss Selena, baby, bite your tongue tap.
And you're a Selena. You're a Gomezer.
A Selinator?
A Selinator. I truly, for my whole life, have admired her. There's one specific slide in here that I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can. I don't like what she said. So we'll get to that. I think that cringe isn't illegal, but like, it's sometimes it's unbecoming.
Oh, yes.
And so I'm just, I don't know. I don't love what I'm seeing.
Okay, well let's see. She's making waves here. People are not happy. Here's Selena. Lucas Queen. We love her.
Yes.
Lucas Queen.
Yeah.
She's an inspiration to all of us.
She actually, that is true.
Entrepreneur too, right? She has a successful makeup line.
Rare Beauty.
Yes.
Who also stole my sound, by the way.
Like super successful, right?
Yeah,
Like successful is like underselling. It's like massive.
She hit billionaire.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, she should be able to.
I didn't know that.
She did this. So, players, Selena Gomez, we know who she is. Benny Blanco, these are some of his star-studded songs.
The amount of hits he's done with the breadth of artists is nuts.
What do you mean he
his story.
Okay. He like creates. Yeah.
He's the music man.
So, and then another player is Selena Gomez Brazil 2.0. This is where all of the comments took place.
Don't fuck with the Brazil fan account.
Literally. Justin Bieber, we know who he is.
It's a wild look.
It is a wild look. His wife looked stunning that day.
Yeah,
also.
she wore that.
Yeah.
She wore like a gorgeous glammed up look for it.
Yeah, her short plays.
Was he trying to do like the Kanye thing where he just is down? Although this is quite an attention-grabbing look, I have to say, where Kanye's was very like,
yeah, like we were all black.
Yeah, stickies or something.
Another player up, innocent bystanders who have to.
The victim and wow.
Yeah.
The real victim.
The real victim.
Where's David in all this?
Yeah, what is David?
So a quick spark note on Selena Gomez Benny Blanco relationship. Same Old Love was produced by Benny Blanco in 2015. That's a song about Justin Bieber.
Wow.
It was a really, really great song. He did a wonderful job. 2019, they did a collab called I Can't Get Enough. That was also, I mean, that one wasn't as successful as the first, but still, they collabed together. And then 2020, 1 year later, he collabed with Justin Bieber, and they put out this song called Lonely. And it was like a big deal for him. He was shit in his career during the pandemic.
Justin or Ben?
Justin.
Okay.
This was like Justin's story of growing up and feeling lonely. A child star.
Dude, these people go to him like for important shit. Like this guy must be the man when it comes to music.
Yeah. So during promo for that, if you go to the next slide, this was a big deal. I remember watching it being like, fuck you, Benny Blanco, because he was doing promo for the Justin song, and someone asked him, like, why do you love Justin Bieber so much? And Selena had just dropped her makeup line, like, maybe a week prior, and he was like, watch, this is what he said.
Interesting. A lot of changes in 3 years, Dave, anyway. I mean, your
walls.
Pop artists, and you know, they're like, this is my new single, and here's my makeup line, and he's like Justin's like, yo, I have a pimple and I have anxiety today.
So Bertha basically,
so down to earth.
Yeah.
It just felt unnecessary.
That's it?
She had just dropped her makeup line, I mean,
do we know that it's not about her? Because there's a million people dropping makeup lines.
That's a stretch.
at the time it was Rihanna Selena.
That's
Yeah, and Rihanna hasn't made music.
not a lot. Not a lot.
No.
There were two.
He's like
You know, like the two big pop stars that had done makeup lines. So yeah, it's in Brooklyn and they were broken up at this time.
Oh yeah, they did not like each other. And she had come out with Lucy Love Me. Like, they were not friends.
Maybe listen again.
here's my makeup line, and he's like, no, they're like.
And Selena's been like criticized for being cookie cutter because I think in a good way she is.
Like, you know, they're like, my simple, and here's my makeup line.
Hold on, what's cookie cutter about that? Especially if there's no makeup line.
What's your ass?
He's like intimidating a cash grab or something.
Okay.
That does seem like a weird, like, I looked, that's very successful, obviously knows what he's doing. I looked at his, like, list. All he does is work with
So not Justin. Justin,
Yeah, but if you're talking to him, you're talking about Justin, and you're saying the makeup line. Yeah.
Alright.
Shame.
So, cookies for you.
Alright, so now people have noticed that Benny getting just dropped a cooking book. Selena has her famous Selena and Chef show. I actually just learned that infamous is negatively charged. That I didn't know. I'm so sorry if I ever called you infamous. I thought it meant famous.
Notorious.
You had to put that in.
Well, that is famous.
Yes, and now I've put it together and I understand and I will never make the mistake again.
Well, hold on. Notorious has a negative connotation. Infamous, I think, is mostly negative, but it can be also neutral, I believe.
Okay,
Infamous.
then her infamous show, Selena and Chef.
I mean, it's a little, it's got a little taste of something, but I do think you can use it.
According to Merriam-Webster's, my friend, having a reputation of the worst kind.
Well, that's let's see. Wicked, abominable. That's not good.
It sounded pretty bad. I think in recent times, you're right. Like, people kind of jokingly, the infamous so-and-so or whatever, using it kind of like a poking fun at somebody way.
Okay, there it is. Infamous. So, okay, they're both cooking.
Yes. So
She
he
commented.
she commented. People were like, oh, I think something poorly here. In his comments, he's like, cooking shit, and it turned out that we were
Just based on that one comment, though?
No, that she had been liking his shit, he was liking her shit, they followed each other, Selena's mom followed him on Instagram. There was a lot of clues that I saw in the Selena Twitter. So I saw this on Twitter, I thought it was funny. Meet Selena's opponent, a brick wall. Because once they announced that they were dating, if you go to the next slide, she was all over Instagram. Someone posted she just came out with her Christmas edition of Selena and Chef, and she said that she had a crush on someone in the show. So someone posted, I hope that things went well with your crush, and she was like, yay, it did, which let everyone know, okay, she's about to announce a relationship, which she did.
Selena commented on my post. So this is the Brazil one?
No, the next one is the Brazil one.
But she's commenting on fan accounts, so it's kind of weird.
It is cringe.
Like, I wouldn't, well, I don't know how many fan accounts I have, but like, I wouldn't interact like that. Especially, but she's like #1 superstar.
Which is why I am surprised that she does that.
So, and then she responded too, so she's in the thread. I love you, Queen, I hope you're happy. Hi, Queen, we love you. Thank you, the happiest I've ever been, she said. Wow.
Then Pop Factions posts, Selena Gomez is rumored to be dating producer Benny Blanco. She likes it. She comments facts, which I think is so cringe. Facts.
That's what she's...
She didn't post a photo with him yet. She just commented on Pop Factions facts. That's brilliant. It's like so millennial. I want to die.
How old is she?
31.
She's pushing it. Yeah.
In a beautiful young and glowing way, just for Instagram comments.
Yes.
Yeah. So, this is where Selena Gomez Brazil 2.0. Selena, this fan post just posts about the fact that she confirms it, and she comments, he is absolute everything in my heart, which then obviously opened a conversation in the comments with all of her fans, and she participated in fighting with them, pretty much.
Okay, but so what are they fighting about?
They just don't like it.
Why don't they like it?
They think she's responding to comments that say like he's so ugly, girl. Like choosing the like really cringe comments to respond to. It's just weird.
He's so ugly, but that's just some weird internet troll. That's a thing, right? That can't be like a serious criticism of the guy. I mean, obviously, she says he is my absolute everything in my heart, so she is riding for her man. But then, this is when it goes off the rails?
Yeah. So, she goes, he is absolute everything in my heart. Then why is he the best? Someone said something about him, and she said, then why is he the best thing that's ever happened to me?
You again. Meow. Meow. What's up? Do you want food? Do you want food? Do you want food? Come on. You've been worried about me. Do you want some food? Do you want some food? Come on, shoot some food. How come you ordered them? How come you ordered them? No. Alright.
The end. And then she goes, yeah, he's still better than anyone I've ever been with. Facts. Which is like, why are we talking about our exes publicly?
Childish in this comment.
Yeah, just, it feels...
Refugees from flooded regions in Belgium and the Netherlands continue to pour in. Sweden has responded with force, sinking over a dozen refugee vessels in recent weeks. Despite humanitarian efforts, nearly 60 people have been killed. Have we found heaven on Earth? Permanent human settlement on Antarctica is celebrating 10 years today. A wealth of natural resources hidden under the ice has spurred on the continent's rapid economic development. Though some environmental degradation has occurred.
When's the next delivery? 2 days. What do you expect? This is Kabuki, not North Oak. Come on, I don't need this. Just toss in an anti-whiff tablet for the smell. And they call Nomad slaves.
Ever seen? Stomach's rumbling.
Oh.
Blue Moon, Red Menace,
Crystal Palace. Feel alive.
Know this woman?
Can't make change.
Not mine. Follow your instincts.
Not another step!
But I can't.
Huh. Fucking... I thought, you know, that was it.
Holy shit.
You know what I got last week? Scroll with some pasty white boy from Revere Creek.
Oh, shit.
Before it's too late. Invasion!
Right. Let's see what's here. No. Interesting.
Fucking fuck the fucking system! I kill you! Fuck! Suck my balls! Get green! Fuck!
You hear that howling at night?
Like a dying animal. Stop!
Sure. And you be careful with that trigger.
How did you find me? I told you not to move.
Here by contract from a fixer. Nothing personal. Hand over the stolen meds, and I'm gone.
Stolen? The Paliparidol doesn't work. So who's stealing from who? Who? Ripper docs. They're the real criminals.
Paliparidol? For cyberpsychosis?
I'm not fucking crazy!
Easy.
Shut up! Go away!
If they're of no use to you, they don't work. Just hand them over.
You're the same as them. Rippers, politicians. The same as that fucking Holt.
I could think of a few differences.
Shut up! That bastard he stole from research. He doesn't care about the sick. But soon, I'll find him. End him.
Listen, don't really care. Want to murder a mayor? Fine. Think it'll make a difference? Sure, why not? Just need those meds.
I see. That's all so clear. No, this isn't happening!
me.
You're fucked now. Well, 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 darling. Where you off to? No, For glory and fucking honor! Open her up!
All nearby units, we got a situation in Watson. Roger, dispatch. What else is new? We'll be right there.
빨리 좀 하면 안 돼?
Okay. Are you blind or deaf to you? Shut your trap if you don't want to eat lead.
씨발. 어우, 존나.
You wanna...
에이, 넌 별명 같은 거 없어?
Nope.
참, 그럼 이참에 뭐라도 생각해놔.
Okay, we're here. Get out.
야, 잠깐만. 아,
Reggie.
Welcome to reality.
Damn those cosplayers, Mike. Tell everybody else how to live. Fuck that. Cockroach hypocrites, all of them. Talking shit about implants. Any kind of tech's no good, but look around. What do you see?